Better put your address down for the broadband task force.
I don't think I would be much help, to be perfectly honest, with my IT background.
No, not your name, your property. So we can get you a reliable.
Well, it's called
Your
Stevensville.
Your worship, we are just on about 6 o'clock now, and we are up on YouTube.
Okay, so you're telling us that we're ready to go and I can call this meeting to order?
I'll leave that to you.
Then I'm going to call this council and committee meeting to order. I want to acknowledge that the land upon which all of us are located as we participate in this evening's meeting is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, the Anishinaabe people, Mississaugas of the New Credit, many of whom continue to live in this area and add to the richness of our community. Madam Clerk, the roll call.
All members of council are present, your worship, with the exception of Councillor Lubberts.
Just have a few announcements, and there isn't one addendum this evening. There are two delegations under Planning and Development Services, David Bergeron and Mary McClellan-Papp, and Councillor Dubanow. They'll be part of your portion of the meeting. Just very quickly, with respect to the COVID-19 update, our numbers are pretty much hanging around 20 to 30 in the region. 40 Erie's numbers, for some reason, we're averaging around 2-3 a day, it seems like. There's been the odd day where there's been no new cases. There's been the odd day where there's been 4. Not exactly sure. I've tried to get information from public health as to what the source of those spreading infections is. Difficult to get that information, but I'm still working on it. In the meantime, there's been a lot of information over the past week that's been released with respect to the region's vaccination plan, including identifying the Leisureplex as the local site for the mass vaccinations once they start. All of that is dependent, of course, upon the vaccines being delivered to Niagara. And once they are, then there'll be a lot of communication to not only alert the public at large about the mass vaccinations, but also efforts to communicate with individuals who are within the target groups. Recently, there's been also a lot of information put up on the public health website, and I would urge residents to go to the Niagara Region Public Health website, both to find the current numbers with respect to how the virus is going in Niagara and also in Fort Erie, and also the state of the vaccinations. Regardless, although we are stabilizing, we're not at a point where we're home free yet. And with the nice weather coming along, I know that people want to get out and about. We're still under some restrictions. There may be some movement with respect to our color coming up, but we're still not out of this pandemic. And so people need to continue to make sure that they maintain social distance, wear a mask, do all the things necessary to ensure that those around you are safe. That's the one sure way that we'll be able to make it to the point where we're all vaccinated. And things are looking very promising right now. I think there's encouragement and optimism that we can all hold, but we're getting so close to the end. Let's not give up yet. Let's just continue on. I wanted to mention that we have had recently a meeting with Bell Canada with respect to broadband. There's an upcoming meeting with Rogers. We have had, as I've mentioned before, the broadband task force has had meetings with other internet service providers. We're expecting that we will be hearing some news from Bell Canada within the next couple of weeks. They've received grants from SWIFT, which is one of the funding programs, to do some major work in a couple of areas of the town. And we are going to be supporting, as we have in the past, applications by other ISPs for funding from one of the provincial or many federal programs to try to expand and improve the internet service throughout the community. Also wanted to highlight the fact that this evening we're dealing with another opportunity to enhance the affordable housing inventory in our community. And there has been other work going on. I want the community to be assured that there are other opportunities that we've been working on, not only from the policy perspective, but also working with developers. And so that we're hoping that there'll be some further news on that point. And then the final item of this nature that I wanted to make reference to is a report that deals with the update to the corporate strategic plan. It's been very well done by Beverly Bradnam, who is the assistant to our CAO. It really has a lot of information contained in there about the actions of council and staff, town administration over the past 2 years. And it really highlights not only the priorities that we established 2 years ago, but the success that we're making in moving towards achieving our objectives. So I would commend that to anyone who's interested in knowing what the town's objectives are and how we're doing on that. And then finally, I just wanted to make reference to a couple of recent departures. Well, I guess not quite recent yet, but Keith Rothney was with the town of Fort Erie for a number of years as our manager of health and safety. He did a fantastic job. And in fact, this municipality went 3 years without a workplace injury of any of our workers. That is unheard of in workplaces. And it certainly put the town of Fort Erie far out in front of its other municipal peer group. And that's a lot of that has to do with the work that Keith Rothney put in, along with the joint health and safety staff made up of management and workers in our community. And we're very fortunate that we've got such an attentive and diligent group of individuals. And Keith has recently retired, a well-deserved retirement. He was tireless. He even had councillors filling out forms from time to make sure that we were engaging in safe practices. And I see Councillor Butler smiling. It's generally safe. And right now in the council chambers, it's very safe because there's only me to cause any damage. The other person who is departing and had an unbelievable impact on the community as well is Joanne Ferraccioli, who came to us a couple of years ago, I guess, maybe a little bit more than a couple of years ago. And what she's accomplished in that period of time is nothing short of phenomenal. When she came, Fort Erie was still an underserviced municipality in terms of our physicians, primary care givers. And we can now safely say that we are pretty much at capacity in terms of the family physicians that we require in this municipality. She also worked with a number of other organizations and groups to make sure that we had the primary healthcare services that we need in this community. The work that she has done has been nothing less than phenomenal. We're dealing with the report this evening about another young physician that she helped to bring to this community, who will be staying for at least another year and hopefully longer. So it's with great appreciation that I want to recognize Joanne Ferraccioli and for all the work that she's done. I know that the councillors have made many, many positive comments over the last little while. So we wish her and Keith both all the best in their retirement. Knowing how active both of them are and how busy both of them like to be, I can't imagine how relaxing their retirements will be, but at least they'll be in a different spot. And what do they say? A change as good as a vacation. So that's what they will get. So congratulations to both of them. That takes us then to declarations of pecuniary interest. And if there are none, that takes us then into a public meeting. And we have two this evening. The first is with respect to 255 High Street, a proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment. This is a public meeting under the Planning Act. So the way it generally works is that we receive information from a member of staff, then we ask for the proponent or the proponent's agent to provide us with any additional comment that they might like. Then we ask, I will ask the clerk if she has received any comments from the public other than what we've already received by way of reports. Then I will ask if there's anyone that wishes to speak in favor, anyone that wishes to speak in opposition or ask questions of council. Because this is a Zoom meeting, those who wish to participate can link in. Mr. Butler, Aaron Butler, our manager of development services, is going to be monitoring who's here. If you do wish to participate in the meeting when it's your opportunity to do so, then please raise your hand. That can be done depending on which device you have by either clicking at the top right corner, or if you're on a laptop, the bottom where, I think it's the bottom, yes, there's a raise hand icon. If you raise your hand, that will alert Mr. Butler to the fact that you wish to speak to council. Is there anything I've missed, Madam Clerk or Mr. Butler?
Your worship, I'm not seeing anyone that's on the phone tonight, but if anyone does come in, just a reminder that they can click *9 on their telephone to join via audio.
Thank you. And I'm not feeling compelled to necessarily repeat those instructions at the next public meeting, Madam Clerk. Would that be satisfactory, or should I repeat it?
No,
Good.
that's fine, Your Worship.
Okay, great. So then the first public meeting, as I said, is with respect to 255 High Street. It's a property owned by Lions, Ridgeway, Fort-Erie Lions, I believe, and or the Lions Douglas Heights Seniors Residence, probably a nonprofit corporation. So, and Anamika Dilwaria, Senior Development Planner, will be providing the background for members of council this evening. Good evening, Ms. Dilwaria.
Thank you, Your Worship. So with your permission, if I'm going to share my screen now.
Please do.
An application for a combined official plan and zoning bylaw amendment has been submitted by Susan Smythe, who represents Niagara Regional Housing and Lions Douglas Heights Senior Residence, owner of the subject property known as 255 High Street. The purpose of the application is to permit the construction of a 10-story, 62-unit apartment building on the subject lands. Notification for tonight's public meeting was provided in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act by placing a notice in the February 10th, 2021 edition of the Fort Erie Post newspaper. In addition, property owners within 120 meters were mailed a notice of the complete application and public meeting the same date. This slide shows the aerial photograph of the subject lands as well as the surrounding neighborhood. The subject lands are located between Bertie Street to the north, Queen Street to the south, Godred Street to the east, and High Street to the west. The subject lands are also located in the South End Secondary Plan area. The subject lands currently contain a 6-story, 56-unit apartment building. Stanton Street and single detached dwellings are located to the north. Godred Street and Godred Street Parkette is located to the east. Fort Erie Lions Senior Center is located to the south, along with some single detached dwellings, and High Street and single detached dwellings are located to the west. This slide shows the current official plan and secondary plan designation on the subject property. The subject lands are designated medium density residential. The medium density designation in the secondary plan allows a maximum building height of 3-story and a maximum residential density of 50 units per hectare. This slide shows the current zoning on the property. The lands are zoned site-specific residential multiple 2 RM251 in accordance with the zoning bylaw 12990. The current zoning regulation allow a maximum building height of 6-story and a maximum number of dwelling units to be 56. This slide shows a proposed development. The applicant is proposing to construct a 10-story, 62-unit apartment building at the rear portion of the current building. The building will be 8-story in the front and 10 stories in the rear. The applicant is not proposing any changes to the access. The land will continue to be accessed via 2 existing driveways. As you can see, the southerly driveway is not on the subject property. However, the applicant is proposing to secure the access by requesting an easement on Fort Erie Lions Senior Center property in future. The applicant is also proposing to construct a new parking area to provide parking for the proposed building. Of the 62 new dwelling units, 34 units will be 1-bedroom and 15 units will be 2-bedroom. 9 one-bedroom units will be barrier-free, and 4 two-bedroom units will be barrier-free. This slide shows the need for the requested official plan amendment. The currently south end secondary plan allows a maximum building height of 3 stories and a residential density of 50 units per hectare. The applicant is proposing an apartment building with a maximum building height of 10 stories and a maximum residential density of 108 units per hectare. The residential density is calculated based on the combined number of dwelling units, which include 56 existing units and 62 units in the proposed building. This slide shows the requested zoning changes. The applicant is requesting to rezone the subject lands to a new site-specific residential multiple zone. The new site-specific regulations include a reduction in the minimum lot area per dwelling unit, which is calculated based on the total number of units divided by the total lot area. Where the bylaw requires a minimum lot area per dwelling unit to be 115 square meters, the proposal will provide a lot area per dwelling to be 92.5 square meters. Reduction in the rear yard from 60 meters to 19 meters, increase in the building height from 6 stories to 8 stories in front and 10 stories in the rear. And lastly, the increase in the number of units from 56 to 118. This slide shows a proposed building elevation. This is the east elevation, where the building would be 10-story along the Godrich Street. This is the west elevation, which shows the building elevation along High Street, north elevation, and south elevation. And I would like to mention that the applicant is proposing to provide balconies only on the east and west face of the building. This slide shows the shadowing of the proposed building during winter months. The shadowing of the new building is shown in red. As you can see, during the morning hours, some of the properties along High Street and Stanton Street will be impacted. During the afternoon hours, the front portion of the existing dwelling on Stanton Avenue will be impacted, and in the evening hours, the rear portion of the same dwelling will be impacted. This slide shows the shadowing of the proposed building during spring and fall season. As you can see, during the morning time, the shadowing of the building would be contained on the site. During the afternoon and the evening hours, a small portion of this, the dwelling on Stanton Avenue, the south property line would be impacted in the afternoon hours and also in the evening hours. This slide shows the shadowing of the proposed building during the summer months. As you can see, during the summer months, the shadowing of the building would be contained within the subject lands and will have no impact on the abutting properties. This slide shows the future tenancy of the proposed building. The proposed development is being funded by CMHC, National Housing Co-Investment Fund Program, which aims at providing affordable housing options to the community. CMHC defines housing as affordable when household spends less than 30% of its gross income on acceptable shelter. The proposed development will have mixed tenancy. 14 one-bedroom units will be rented at 80% of CHMC's median market rate. The median market rate for Niagara is $909 per month. 15 one-bedroom units will be rented as rent geared to income subsidized by Niagara Regional Housing to average market rent. 14 one-bedroom units and 19 two-bedroom units will be rented at the market rate. Based on the information provided by the applicant, the goal is to rent one-bedroom unit at $1,030 per month and two bedrooms unit as $1,157 per month. However, these rates are dependent upon the funding received by the applicant and the future construction cost. This slide shows the public comments that were brought up at the Zoom open house meeting, which was held on February 11th, and the comments received via email. The Zoom meeting was attended by staff, applicant, and 13 area residents. Some of the concerns discussed at the meeting were inadequate buffering along the north property line of the subject property and the resident property located located on the south side of Stanton Avenue. The applicant's agent mentioned the applicant is not proposing to change the setback along the north property line and will continue to provide 19 meters as required in the zoning bylaw. However, to mitigate any adverse impact, the applicant is agreeable to provide additional landscaping along the north property line. Impact on the privacy of 2045 Stanton Avenue. The resident was concerned about the loss of privacy. The applicant agent mentioned that the balconies of the proposed building are designed with an intent to minimize the impact on the abutting properties, as they would be located on the east and west face of the building. The shadowing impact on 2045 Stanton Avenue. The applicant agent mentioned the residents' property will be impacted for a few hours in the afternoon on the winter months. During the spring and fall season, only a small section of the property along the south property line will be impacted. During the summer months, the property will not be impacted by the shadowing. Then the owner of 2045 Stanton Avenue also requested to work with the applicant independently. Staff mentioned that in order to ensure transparency and consistency, the resident must provide comments to town staff. There was one more resident who attended the open house and who requested details regarding the unit sizes. The size of the units will vary between 1 bedroom to 2 bedroom and accessible units. The 1 bedroom units are approximately 50 square meters in size. 1 bedroom barrier-free units and 2 bedrooms units will be 73 square meters, and 2 bedroom barrier-free units will be 100 square meters. The resident also wanted to know what would be the wait list for the affordable housing, and the representative from Niagara Regional Housing mentioned it's about approximately an 11-year wait list. The staff has also received comments from the resident via email. So staff received an email from the resident in the existing building as she has concern regarding the disrepair of the existing building. Her concerns were forwarded to the applicant, however, are outside the scope of this application. The second email was regarding the relocation of the building along the south property line away from Stanton Avenue property. Applicant's agent has confirmed that the relocation of building is not an option due to underground infrastructure. The information was conveyed to the resident, and it is his opinion that project would be better suited if it's located at 1 Albany Street, the site of the former Country Fair Mall. These are few pictures of the subject property. This is looking at the subject property from High Street, looking east on High Street, west on High Street, and looking at Godred Street Parkette from the property. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dilwaria. Do any members of council have any questions? Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just have a couple of questions. First of all, the report was really well done. So thank you for all that information. It was amazing. It answered a lot of the questions that I had, but I did have a question with respect to the affordable housing list, and wondered if you would know. The 11-year wait, I imagine, is a regional wait and not a Fort Erie wait. Is that correct?
Through Your Worship, that's my understanding, but we have a representative from the region as well who would be able to answer that, but that's my understanding. You're correct.
Okay, great. And then further to that, the waiting list that they have, would our Fort Erie residents be given first preference to the rental space available? Do we know that answer?
Ms. Dilwaria.
Through Your Worship, this question was brought up at the open house meeting as well. And at the meeting, the representative from Niagara Regional Housing said that it would be Lions Club's discretion. They would be the one who would decide who would get the first preference.
Okay.
Regional Housing has no role to play. That's my understanding.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any other councillors? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop, and thank you, Amika, for the report. And I will be bringing this up perhaps later when the report comes before council. In regards to how the apartments are allocated, that there are no 2-bedroom apartments allocated for any rent geared to income or any subsidized individuals. And I have some concerns about that. I don't know if you can answer it or not, but I am concerned about that because these are taxpayers' dollars to a large extent through different agencies and things like that. And I know the Lions are are a wonderful organization, and I know that they want to do the best, but I do have concerns about not having any two-bedroom apartments available to those people who have an identified need for a two-bedroom apartment.
Councillor Noyes, I think that might be an appropriate question to ask the proponent who will be up next. They would probably have more insights into that and may be able to give you better information.
Okay, thank you.
Any other councillors at this point? Then if not, this is an opportunity for the proponent to provide further information or respond to questions by members of council. And do we have someone in that regard who will be addressing us? Is it Susan Smythe?
Yes, it is, Your Worship. I'll bring her in now. Ms. Smythe, you should be able to unmute yourself and share your video.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of committee and council. Yes, thank you, Anamika, for the information on the project. I do not have anything further to add, but I am here to answer any questions that you do have particular to the project. I also have Mr. Gordskasey from the Niagara Regional Housing in terms of those questions, particularly relating to the Niagara Regional Housing wait list and those dedicated to the affordable housing. So I believe he's also in the waiting.
Thank you. Did you, are you able to respond to Councillor Noyes' question with respect to the none of the two-bedroom units being rent geared to income or designated as affordable?
Mr. Chair, through to you, I will revert that question to Gord to answer more specifically, please. Thank you.
Okay.
Everybody, just making sure you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Okay, yeah, it's great to be here. Great to be speaking on behalf of Lyons Douglas on the project. I heard the questions regarding affordability levels, and I think I can provide some more detail on that. Basically, the unit count and the rent being allocated to each unit was decided through financial modeling that I was doing with Lyons Douglas Heights and under the guidance of Niagara Regional Housing. Essentially, the two-bedroom units we don't have at the defined affordability rate, mainly because Lyons Douglas Heights is mandated to serve seniors, and looking at core needs data and waitlist data and just operations of Lyons Douglas Heights existing building and NRH buildings, seniors typically don't require more than a one-bedroom unit. So the focus of this project is on providing one-bed units. From a pure financial standpoint, to be able to operate and sustain the mortgage that's going to be associated with a new build, considering construction costs, it was necessary to include two-bedroom units. We do need the income generated from the two-bedroom units to allow us to maximize the amount of affordable one-bed units that could be included in the project. Speaking on the market rent rates, our market rent rates aren't what typical market rent rates would be either. I think this is a really important point. Our one-bedroom units are at low end of market, the market one-bed units in the project. They're low end of market at just over $1,000 a month, as per Niagara Regional Housing's proposed average market rents. The two-bed units are also at low end of market, coming in at $1,157. This is again according to Niagara Regional Housing's proposed average market rents. It's important to know that these average market rents that we're using are below what the region's own core needs study identified as market rents in Fort Erie and across the region itself. So just for example, in the region study, they said that in Fort Erie, you could expect market rent for a two-bed unit to be $1,367. we're proposing $1,157. So we're essentially $200 a month cheaper than what this 2019 study said. And we've even just looked at market rental on our own in the area, and we're seeing similar new builds by providers in Fort Erie that are charging anywhere between $1,500 to $1,800 a month for a new 2-bedroom unit. So even though we're saying our 2 beds are at market, they are considerably lower than what you're going to find in private market. So I think that's an important thing to note. It's also important to know that Lyons Douglas Heights, they look at their own internal wait list, look at Niagara Regional Housing's wait list, and also the region's core needs study. And it was determined through looking at all of this data that 1-bed units are the major need in Fort Erie and across the region itself. Whether it's seniors or non-single seniors, 1-bed units are in the greatest demand right now. So that's another reason why we skewed our unit count the way we did. In terms of the wait list and rent up and occupancy of the building, it's early times in the project. These are prelim planning items that we've done to help us get towards full funding application. But Lyons Douglas Heights is under the purview of Niagara Regional Housing as the service manager in the area for affordable providers. So when it comes to the affordable units in this proposed project, Lyons Douglas Heights does need to take from NRH's centralized wait list for affordable units.
That's what I thought.
And now when it comes to the market units, that's where there's more flexibility for Lyons Douglas Heights to be able to hopefully target Fort Erie residents. Again, it's to be determined exactly how the rent up and the operations of the building are going to actually take place. So nothing set in stone at the moment, but that's where we're at this point.
Councillor Noyes, I'm going to go to you because you may want to follow up on your question about the 2-bedroom units.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Yes, and thank you, Gord, for your explanation. I don't quite agree with some of the premises that you have. Well, working in the industry, seeing people in their homes and their apartments, there are many times a need for a couple for a 2-bedroom apartment. I know it has to be an identified need, even in the 2-bedroom that are rent geared to income and subsidized right now. I might want a 2-bedroom, but unless I have an identified need for a 2-bedroom, I'm not going to get it in a rent geared to income or housing. So there has to be an identified need. It's not just a wish. And there are many, many people, couples who cannot share a room because let's say one of the spouses is sick, has Parkinson's, or something else that requires that he or she has their own hospital bed or whatever, and they cannot share the bedroom. They need a separate bedroom. So what's happening is that the spouse is sleeping on the couch. There is an absolute need. I think this is a type of discrimination. I know that 30% of the building is geared towards, I think, rent geared to income. I would propose that basically the number of 2-bedroom units also be geared in the same percentage way. And you can, I guess a solution would be you can raise the rent of the market to what the market in the community should be. Like let's say if it was at Albany Place or one of the others, and that would make up for the difference for the loss that you may have if you rent to a rent geared to income or subsidized housing thing. I got to tell you, like when I read this report, I was very concerned about no 2-bedrooms being given or being allocated for special for those who had needs. Even if it was an older mother who had an elderly child that she needed to take care of, couldn't rent here. There are so few places that there are 2-bedroom apartments that are affordable in town, and I understand that there's a great need for 1-bedroom also. I'm not debating that, but to kind of indicate that there's not a need for 2-bedroom for seniors, I think you're mistaken. And again, not a want, but a need should be identified. And I would strongly encourage those people to look at it again and have a percentage of these 2-bedroom units allocated for those who have an identified need that may be on rent, guarantee income, or subsidized. We have now a
Councillor Noyes, I've given you a lot of latitude. This is an opportunity for you to question the delegate. The comments that you're making, I think, are comments that are appropriate when we get to the report itself. So if you could confine yourself to questions, that'd be appreciated.
Thank you for the latitude. I guess my question to Gord then would be, what is the number of what is the need for 2-bedroom apartments in seniors?
You're talking about locally or regional?
Regional, I guess that's the number they have. Has that data been collected?
The data's there, yeah. That data is included in the region's core needs study. I don't have the numbers off the top of my head right now. And to respond, we appreciate at NRH and Lions that we're not saying there isn't a need for 2-bed units for seniors, but for this project to be able to maximize the number of units, because we're looking at trying to take down the wait list that is just out of control across the area. So we're trying to, the intention is to try and get as many people off the centralized wait list as possible, and while following the mandate of Lions Douglas Heights seniors. And that's how we determined that we should focus on 1-beds. I do agree that there is a need for 2-bed in those circumstances where there may be health issues in play, but also just to give some context, if we were to put some of the 2-bedroom units at an affordable rate, going by the region's average market rent. Average market rent is $1,367 for a 2-bed. Now, 80% of that, which would put it at an affordable rate, is $1,093. We're suggesting $1,150. So our rate is almost at an affordable rate already. And I'm hoping people that may need to take advantage of 2-bed for whatever circumstances they may be in can afford that amount.
Anything further, Councillor Noyes?
Yes, if I'm correct in the numbers, and I'm not always. So right now you are renting a 2-bedroom at market rent for $1,157. That if that was a subsidized rent geared to income apartment that they could rent, you'd be renting for $1,093. So the difference is really about $62 per month. And for that amount, you're limiting those who can rent.
Mr. Sazi, I don't want to get into an argument here. I think
No, that's fine.
Your point would be you would hope that the people would have an extra 60 whatever dollars to come up with the difference. I think that's your position, or at least what you're trying to articulate, and that is to ensure that there are as many affordable units in the building as possible.
That's right. Yeah, it's unfortunately sacrificing having RGI 2-beds to maximize the amount of affordability overall in the building. That's the sacrifice that has to be made.
Right.
Under this current plan.
Anything further, Councillor Noyes?
Nothing further.
Councillor Butler, you had also raised questions about the affordability aspect. Did you have any further questions of Mr. Sazi?
No, I just maybe confirmation that it would be up to the Lions Club of Fort Erie to decide whether the Fort Erie residents would get first crack.
Mr. Sazi, I think you indicated that was their discretion for the market units, but for the affordable housing units, it might not be.
That's correct. Yeah. Having to follow the rules and regulations under NRH as service manager for the affordability, they have to look at the centralized wait list. Yeah.
Councillor Butler?
There's nothing you can say to that.
Well, I would imagine that people who live in a community would prefer to stay in that community. So I don't know how much pressure there would be on somebody from Niagara Falls or Grimsby to want to move to Fort Erie. I think that has to be taken into account as well. So I don't know how that would work out. Any experience on that, Mr. Sazi, that you can share with us?
In terms of people migrating from municipality to municipality,
Right.
I wouldn't really feel comfortable commenting on it. I don't have a lot of information personally on actual rent up through the centralized wait list. That'd be someone else in the region that could probably have a lot more information on that.
Thank you. Any other members of council? Before I go back to you, Councillor Noyes, Councillor Dubanow has his hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and through you to the presenter and perhaps the other person who was there as well might have some insight into this. My understanding is with the way that the Fort Erie Lions have their existing building arranged is a similar situation where there are a number of affordable units in the building and also a number of market rent units in the building to permit that balance, similar to what you're trying to achieve with the new build. And my understanding is that all of the 2-bedroom units in the existing Douglas Heights building are also market rent units. Is that something you can confirm? Because I've heard that, but I don't know for certain. I'm just wondering if perhaps someone might have an answer, just to give some context with what they're doing in their new building compared to the one they already have and manage.
Unfortunately, I can't speak to the operating income of the existing building. Sorry.
It's understandable. There's other ways to achieve that.
Excuse me, Ms. Smythe, do you have any information on that?
No, unfortunately, I do not.
That's something that maybe staff can ferret out between now and when we get the recommendation report.
Sounds good. Thank you, Your Worship.
Any other members of council before I go back to Councillor Noyes? I want to make sure I can see everybody. Yeah, you're all there. If not, then Councillor Noyes, you want to take another opportunity to question one of our presenters?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Redekop. It goes again regarding the question that Councillor Butler asked in regards to allocation of the different apartments and who gets to choose if they rent here to income or subsidized. If I lived in St. Catharines and I needed an apartment, I'm given three choices. I can refuse 3 choices, right? And then I go to the bottom of the list again. So if one of my choices is Fort Erie, I may not have a choice whether I like it or not to go there. Is that not, like if it's my 3rd choice and I don't want to go to the bottom of the list, I may have to move to Fort Erie.
Mr. Sazi, can you respond?
Yeah, the tenant has the option at that point to leave the rent subsidy program. It's not a great option, but
Exactly.
that is the option, yeah.
Exactly, thank you.
Okay, if there are no other questions by members of council, thank both of you for providing us with that information. And Madam Clerk, is there anyone who has provided you with comments that weren't included in the report that we need to hear from?
Yes, I have one, Your Worship, and it's from Bob or Robert Bryan. Would he be in the waiting room possibly?
Through the mayor, I'm not seeing Bob in the waiting room, clerk.
Okay. So this was received today. It says, hello, Anamika. As a resident of 255 High Street, I have some concerns with respect to the addition at the rear of the present building. Questions. I must assume that the building will be constructed on piles, either steel or concrete. This being the case, it would call for bringing in heavy equipment along with heavy floats, trucks, etc. Also earth moving equipment. Can we expect much vibration from the pile driving, and is this likely to create damage to the existing building? Where would this equipment be stored during the time of use? Currently, the residents of 255 have 2 parking areas, one on the west side of the building and the other on the north side. I realize there would be some loss of spaces on the north side, but more importantly, will the north side driveway be used to service the new site, both for the movement of construction equipment and later after construction is finished? Would this driveway be used for service vehicles, garbage trucks, etc.? Since the current building has no parking spots on the south side of the Lions Senior Center, could this driveway be used for construction movements and later to access the new building's traffic, plus service vehicles so as not to impact the north side residents' vehicle movements which could otherwise be dangerous with so many other vehicle movements. One final question, will we have any remaining green space, and will the old school flagpole and oak tree be preserved? Yours sincerely, Robert Bryan.
Ms. Dewari, I don't know whether you can respond to any of those. I'm sure you can't with respect to the construction aspects. Do you know anything about the flagpole and the tree?
Through your worship, I believe Susan had an answer for that, Susan Smythe, but I believe they had said that the oak tree, if it's not within the building envelope, they would try to preserve it. And regarding the flagpole, they would try to relocate it at the new location. That's my understanding, but Susan would be able to answer that better.
Right. So Mr. Butler, if Ms. Smythe is still available, she might also be able to comment on some of the construction aspects. And if not, those will be issues that staff can provide information to us when we get to the recommendation report aspect.
I can certainly bring in Ms. Smythe now, or we can work to address those comments through the recommendation report.
If she's able to respond to some of them right now, that would be helpful. And if not, we'll deal with it later. Ms. Smythe, I don't know whether you heard the questions that were raised with respect to some of the construction logistics and use of access to the property during construction by construction vehicles.
Yes, through you, Mr. Worship. In terms of the construction piles, steel, concrete, so at this time, detailed design has not yet been undertaken for the building. However, most likely there could be the use of piles and other forms of ground retention for the construction for the foundation. So there will likely be some sort of excavating equipment on the site during the scope of the work. However, to accurately determine the work area in terms of vibration from pile driving and such, usually there are instructions that are provided to the general contractor for foundations. And it's usually within tender documents. A survey that's usually conducted on foundations and buildings along the perimeter of the work area. It's usually done before and after any vibration activities are performed. The damage caused by any construction, if that is encountered, would be repaired at no cost to any of those neighbors who would be affected. In terms of the question about the loss of space, movement of construction equipments and so forth, and the driveways to be used. In terms of the assembly area for the construction, the work and the vehicles involved for the building, this is logistically the responsibility of the general contractor. We do recognize that the site is occupied currently with the existing residents, as well as the Lions Senior Center. So what would happen is there would be a safety fence likely, and there'd be boundaries established whereby the operators will understand where they would have to store their equipment and what access they can use and utilize. And obviously they would try to minimize the impact as much as possible during construction and try to minimize the inconvenience to the residents. In terms of, I think the last question was about the green space and the school flag. So yes, there will be likely green space after the fact of construction, and anything in terms of having to be impacted during construction would likely be reinstated or temporarily removed and brought back after construction is complete. And in terms of the oak tree, again, if that is to be removed, it would likely through the following phase, site plan approval phase, where there would be a landscape plan required, and we would likely look at opportunities for replacement or additional landscaping opportunities on the site. I believe that may have answered the questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Dilworthy, I presume that much of what we've been talking about, what Ms. Smythe has addressed, would be aspects that would be taken into consideration in the recommendation report, number one, the site plan approval process. And then I suppose infrastructure would have some comments about the construction logistics, where the vehicles will be routed and that type of thing. Is that correct?
Your worship, yes, that's my understanding. The first, we would try to address all those comments in the recommendation report, and then it will go through the site plan process and the construction, yes.
Thank you. Any other questions by members of council? If not, then at this stage, I'm going to ask, and Madam Clerk, there were no further pieces of information. Okay, but I'm going to ask Mr. Butler for anyone who wishes to speak in favor of the application other than the proponent and those who have already spoken to us. Please raise your hand so that you can come into the meeting. And I see Fire Chief, you've got your hand up. It's showing on my screen.
Your worship, I do have one member of the public with their hand raised. I'll bring that person in now.
Thank you.
We have William Thomas joining us. You should be able to unmute yourself and share your video.
Yep.
Good
Here I
evening,
am.
Reverend Thomas.
Good evening, Mayor. So your worship and councillors, it's good to see you. I haven't seen you in quite a while. And I just wanted to come in and speak in favor of this project. I learned about it a while back. And as you know, before COVID struck, if there was a housing project coming before council, I was always there to speak to the need for affordable housing. And so when I heard about this one and the fact that it's mixed, I want to applaud that. I want to applaud the Lions for including market along with rent geared and affordable. I think that's a necessary thing, as I've said before, to avoid the ghettoizing of residents, whether it be those who fall in the category of those most in need or those most not in need. It's really good to have that kind of mix in the community. I just wanted to say, listening to the conversation, I appreciate the concerns expressed by Councillor Noyes. But as I took a look at the project, the 2 bedrooms that are available at what would be considered quite an affordable rate to start with. And so I think like that has to be held up. And the other concern that was expressed about the wait list, and so 2 things. One, I don't think that Douglas, Lions Douglas, has any control over how people who are on the wait list access the units. So I mean, I think like that's almost a moot point. And the fact that people who might have to refuse coming to Fort Erie, which I would never understand, since, you know, it's a blessing to be able to call Fort Erie home. But anybody who would have to refuse, and that's beyond control of either Niagara Housing or Lions Douglas. But in order to not have that happen, we would have to say that we're not going to have this development at all. And I think that would be an even greater travesty. So I want to uphold this project. I understand that there's some concerns with height of building. I think I would even argue in favor, even given those necessities, those requirements. And I applaud Lions Douglas, and I understand from conversations that I've had in the last week and a half that there are other things that they're thinking about. And I would just sort of put it out there that if anybody's looking for some community involvement, they can always reach out to me. but I think that that's all I need to say. And I hope that council approves this application.
I'm going to mark you down as supportive, Reverend Thomas. And
Thank you.
before you go, I know that you've heard from some members of council expressing appreciation for your involvement with the grocery giveaway. I think it's important for us to reassure you that we know that you are extremely committed to the success and the prosperity of this community. And we very much appreciate your efforts, not only on the grocery giveaway, but we like to see you coming out here. I can't wait to see you in person.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Is there anyone else, any members of council have any questions of Reverend Thomas? If not, then Mr. Butler, is there anyone else that wishes, thank you for coming out, Reverend Thomas. Anyone else that wishes to address council in favor of the application?
I do have one other attendee with their hand raised at the moment, Your Worship. As I move Reverend Thomas out and back into the waiting room, I'll bring this other person in. So I'm seeing name SDP. Should be able to unmute yourself and share your video.
Good evening.
You are one of the proponents. And I imagine you're going to speak in favor of the application, which we've already heard from the proponents.
I am still in favor, Your Worship. I did want to just shed a little bit of light on some of the concerns raised tonight, so you don't have to spend too much time on it later on, if I could.
Yes, please do.
Many of the questions, there was one raised in the report tonight that spoke about the easement for access that says that's the subject of a future agreement. I know I had brought this to council's attention during a previous presentation, but not really as far as these formal proceedings. So I did want to mention it quickly tonight for anybody who is listening. But the Lyons Douglas Heights Seniors Facility, as we call the center, is under the same membership base as Lyons Douglas Heights Seniors Residence. So that easement agreement is a mere formality. The same membership controls both properties. So anybody who might be nervous that that easement might not be possible, I can alleviate those fears. And to a similar point regarding the construction setup and conveyance of vehicles, as we also control the Douglas Heights Senior Center, we'll also be able to use that property as well as a staging center. So we're not merely limited to the footprint that members of the public may be looking at, but we have that entire area available at our disposal. And first and foremost, least disruption as possible to our current tenants and their safety is priority number one. So I just wanted to mention that because a lot of conversation did center around it. And that's
thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. That's very helpful. And I think that will address some of the concerns that were previously expressed. Any members of council have any questions arising out of that? If not, thank you very much, Mr. Pissarro.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Butler, anyone else who you see wishes to address council?
There are no others with their hands raised at the moment, Your Worship.
So I'm going to ask if there's anyone who wishes to speak in opposition or who wishes to ask questions of members of council. Could you keep an eye out for that, Mr. Butler?
I do see one hand raised, Your Worship. I'll bring that person in now. So we have a David W coming in, and David, you should be able to unmute yourself and enable your video now.
Good evening, sir. Could I have your full name?
My name is David Willick. Hello, Your Worship and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council tonight. My name is David Willick, the owner of 245 Stanton Street, adjacent to the building, the proposed building. Let it be known that we are in favor of affordable housing in Fort Erie. However, we continue to have three main concerns with the proposed building. The first concern is the shading effect on our property. The second concern is the loss of privacy due to the east-facing balconies and their ability to clearly see our patio. The third issue is the loss of our current view of Lake Erie. Our concerns were identified at the February 11th virtual meeting and subsequent email messages. We provided suggestions to mitigate our concerns. We received a reply. Unfortunately, the replies are not satisfactory. The responses to the shading effect from Mrs. Smythe contradicted the shading effect facts that are outlined in the Planning Department's own report, PDS 18-2021, page 9, which clearly states that a shading effect on our property will occur during 3 of the 4 seasons every year. My family have owned the adjoining property for over 80 years. And these 80 years, we have abided by the local bylaws. This proposal is asking us to compromise the amount of sunlight we receive during 3 of the 4 seasons per year, to compromise the privacy we have on our own patio, and to compromise the view that we see when we look out of our windows. That was my childhood home, and that's my planned retirement home. My question to council, considering all of the compromises you're asking us to make, we would like you to make a compromise and concession on the overall height of the building and maintain the existing established height of 6 stories maximum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Willick. Do any members of council have any questions of Mr. Willick? Thank you very much, sir. And we've as you know, seen the photographs with respect to the shading, and we've had a number of emails that you've had communication with staff on. So we're familiar with that, and staff can address those concerns in the recommendation report. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Butler, is there anyone else that wishes to address council with respect to this?
I'm seeing no other hands raised right now, Your Worship. So again, now would be your opportunity to raise your virtual hand by clicking on raise hand under participants.
If there are none, if you don't see any, Mr. Butler,
I'm seeing none, Your Worship.
then I'm going to declare this public meeting closed. And we're going to move on to the next public meeting. Thank you very much, Ms. Dewaria. It's been very helpful. We're going to move then on to the second public meeting, which is a proposed zoning bylaw amendment with respect to property at Pettit Road in the vicinity of Gilmore Road and the Queen Elizabeth Highway. And Mr. Vanderveen is going to be providing council with some background information with respect to this application. And it'll be the same process as we followed before. And if you have a phone, you push *9.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to commence sharing my screen. Okay, so the purpose of this public meeting is to provide information regarding the proposed zoning bylaw amendment for 0-13365 Pettit Road. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment will modify the zoning to a site-specific C3 zone that will permit a diesel refueling bar for transport trucks. This is known as a commercial refueling station under the town zoning bylaw. The site-specific C3 zoning will also contain several other provisions to implement the development plan. 2 restaurants with drive-thrus are also proposed as part of the development and are already permitted by the base C3 zoning. Notification of the March 8th, 2021 public meeting was provided in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act by placing a notice in the February 11th, 2021 edition of the Fort Erie Post newspaper. In addition, all property owners within 120 meters were mailed a notice of complete application and public meeting on February 10th, 2020. The subject property is located in the Gilmore neighborhood of the town of Fort Erie, adjacent to the highway interchange located at Pettit and Gilmore Road and the Queen Elizabeth Way. The subject property is bounded by Pettit Road to the north and east, North Service Road to the northwest, Travel Center Court to the west, and Gilmore Road to the south. Notably, an industrial business park is located northwest of the property. The subject property is currently vacant. The following summarizes the land uses surrounding the subject property. To the north, Pettit Road, vacant industrial land, and a large commercial site with a commercial refueling station, a truck wash, a restaurant, a convenience store, and a gasoline bar. To the south, Gilmore Road, ramps associated with the QEW Highway interchange and Frenchman's Creek. To the east, vacant industrial land, provincially significant wetlands, and an existing industrial use. To the west, vacant commercial land and an existing gasoline bar and convenience store. The subject property is designated commercial on the town's official plan. This land use designation is interpreted as highway commercial and permits commercial uses that serve the traveling public and rely heavily upon vehicular traffic for their economic existence. Highway commercial areas are generally located along provincial highways and major roads with high vehicular traffic. The subject property is within an environmental corridor associated with Frenchman's Creek to the south. The creek flows through a series of culverts and drainage channels in the Gilmore Road QEW Highway interchange. No other natural heritage features are identified on the subject property. The subject property is currently zoned Highway Commercial C3 173 Holding Zone. The existing zoning permits the proposed restaurants with drive-throughs. A zoning bylaw amendment is required to permit the proposed commercial refueling station and will also include several site-specific zoning provisions that implement the proposed site plan. The zoning of the property will change to a new site-specific C3 Highway Commercial Zone. So this is a site plan of the proposal. So there's two main areas. The southern portion of the site, you can see here, this is the commercial refueling station. There'll be a diesel pump here for transport trucks and several parking spaces for transport trucks. The northern portion of the site is where the two proposed restaurants will be located. So the first is towards the northern limit of the site. It's a proposed Tim Hortons. There's 17 spaces for vehicle stacking in the drive-through. The second restaurant is a proposed A&W. It's located deeper into the site to the east, and it's currently proposed to have 8 vehicle stacking spaces in the drive-through. Overall, there's 56 parking spaces for residents who plan on dining into the restaurants, which is it exceeds the amount required by the zoning. And there's 21 parking spaces for transport trucks on the southern portion of the site. So just to point out some of the areas that require the site-specific zoning provisions. So the first main one is the commercial refueling station diesel bar that's located here. A site-specific provision is required to permit increased access drive width for the commercial refueling station. So the two access points for that are located here and here. There will be site-specific requirement for a reduced exterior side yard at this pinch point for the Tim Hortons to the exterior lot line along Pettit Road. And they're also proposing to reduce the planting strip width on the outer edges of the drive-through at 2 pinch points. One is located here in the northwest corner. The other is located here along the south boundary with the commercial refueling station. And again, the final site-specific provision would be to reduce the amount of vehicle stacking for the proposed A&W from 10 vehicles to 8 vehicles. So this is a site or a photo of the site. This is looking north into the property from Travel Center Court. So at the very terminus of Travel Center Court, you can kind of see it there on the bottom left. There's a cul-de-sac. So this is looking towards the north. And this is looking east into the site towards from Travel Center Court towards Pettit Road. That concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions or provide any additional information that Councillor or staff have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Van der Veen. Do any members of council have any questions? Well, let me start. I guess my first question would be why? It just seems to me that this parcel actually looks bigger than the photographs in the maps than it does when you're actually there. And Mr. Van der Veen, I know that there's been some work done on a traffic study. Are you familiar with this particular area?
Yeah, so the town actually has recently concluded a traffic study of our own that analyzes the impacts of traffic in the area, namely on the other industrial sites that may develop over time. So one of the things we have provided through feedback to the applicant is we would like to see their traffic study incorporate the findings of our study so we can get an accurate sort of holistic view of what the impacts of the proposed development will have on traffic, as well as traffic that may result from industrial development in the area.
Have you been given any indication by the proponent as to whether they're expecting to simply pick up traffic from the existing uses in the area, or are they anticipating that there'll be additional traffic coming to their site and they want to capture that?
Yeah, based on the traffic study, they provided about half of the traffic would be new trips resulting from the development, and the other half would be trips to the site resulting by people just driving by, seeing it there and stopping in.
So I'm more concerned about the transport truck traffic. Do they anticipate that they'll be attracting new transport truck traffic, or simply diverting some of the traffic that's already coming into that vicinity to one of the two fueling stations that already exist?
Yeah, that is one of the points of feedback we mentioned in the report and also commented to them on. We would like to see a little bit more detail on what the specific impacts of transport trucks going to and from the site will be. So that's something we will discuss in detail through the recommendation report. And perhaps maybe the applicant can provide some comment on that as well following our question session.
Yep, fair enough. Any other members of council? Then let's, oh, sorry, Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. And I'm not sure if this is a planning question or not, but how is this going to affect the already existing one? Like, are we going to, is there identified need that we need more of this?
Mr. Vanderveen.
Through your worship to Councillor Noyes, the site is, the base zoning of the site does permit the restaurant uses. So, you know, the town had envisioned that type of development to occur there. Yeah, the new change with the zoning amendment would be the commercial refueling station. So that's something we could maybe discuss in the recommendation report. Or perhaps, again, the applicant might have some information on market research.
Okay, thank you.
Any other councillors? Then let's go to the proponents, Mr. Butler. Or the agent for the proponent.
Your worship, I'll bring in, I believe, the planner for the proponent.
Thank you.
So Jackie, you should be able to unmute yourself and share your video at this point.
Video. There we go.
Thank you. And you're Jackie Lassaline.
Good evening, council and staff. Thank you for welcoming me tonight. I'm here to speak from a planning perspective regarding 13365 Pettit Road. I do have a PowerPoint presentation that I provided. Is it up?
Yeah, but do you have that, Mr. Butler?
I do not. Jackie, you should be able to share your screen and the viewers will be able to see your presentation.
Well, actually, you know what? That's okay. Daryl, if you wouldn't mind putting the site plan back up, it's really the site plan that I want to speak to.
Sure. I also have a copy of your presentation if you'd like me to share it.
It's the site plan really that I would like to have up.
Okay.
Bill, you've already covered a lot of the details and I appreciate that. So if you could bring the site plan up, I'll skip to that component of my presentation.
Sure, just bear with me one moment.
Okay. got my phone, please.
Can you see my screen as of yet or no?
No, I can't.
Okay.
Okay, still can't see it.
Working on it.
Okay. Okay, there we are.
Okay, here we go.
Particularly if you could take it down to the one where you showed, yes, next one after that. There we are. Thank you very much. So as Daryl had indicated, the owner is proposing the development of the site for a travel center with 2 restaurants and the diesel card lot fueling station and truck parking and car parking. The restaurants will each have a drive-through capacity to service the traveling public. It's this comprehensive development that the applicant is looking to provide. The applicant has requested the zoning bylaw amendment to change the land use of the subject property from the present site-specific zoning of highway commercial exception to a new site-specific zoning bylaw amendment with a highway commercial exception. The C3 zone presently permits the proposed restaurant use and a variety of other commercial uses, including the 2 restaurants that are proposed. However, it doesn't identify the diesel card lock as a permitted use for the site. So a site-specific amendment has been requested for the travel center with the diesel card lock facility as an additional permitted use to accompany the restaurants that are being proposed. Now of note, the site has 3 exterior side, well, 2 exterior side yards in the front yard. It's bounded by 3 sides by roads. So this obviously has some challenges associated with it. So the site has been adjusted to provide for a request for a bylaw amendment for the wider maximum entrance of 12 meters to 23.5 meters to allow for the truck turning radius coming in off the road. This will support, the trucks that are coming in for the fueling station. The side yard reduction has been requested from 9 meters to 3 meters for the Tim Hortons restaurant because it's associated on that exterior side yard. Provides for a higher street presence as well, because as we're all driving, oh, there's the Tim Hortons, and it's a critical component. Of note, though, there were a couple of points that were raised on the site plan that's shown before you tonight, that there are 2 bylaw amendments that are anticipated by the planner that respectfully, I'd like to say we will address during site plan and can be illuminated off the list. And that's particularly the landscape buffering that is being provided internally will be provided at the bylaw capacity of 3 meters. And 10 vehicles will be provided in the queuing line for the A&W. It was noted with 8, but however, providing 10 is not an issue. So I would like to put that forward, that we're only looking for relief from the 2 provisions of the bylaw. One is the wider entrance, and the second is the exterior side yard setback. So in my professional opinion, I feel that the request for a site-specific amendment to allow for that additional use to allow for a travel center is consistent with the PPS, conforms with the OP, and complies with the intent of the comprehensive zoning bylaw. And from a high level, makes very sound planning. And I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
So we thank you for your professional opinion. We get to make the decision as to whether we think it fits into our community. Any members of council have any questions of Ms. Lassaline? So I've got a couple of questions with respect to the type of market research that's been done by the proponent, the owner, with respect to this property. We have just across the street, we have a truck and travel center that has a restaurant that has had difficulties over the past number of years. So what kind of market research has actually been done on this site?
Your worship, I'm not familiar with the market study that was done on this site. I'm not sure if one was available. I can reach out to the applicant, to the owner, and find out if one was done for it, but I'm not aware of one.
It would be helpful because I also am wondering in terms of need, what type of background work the proponent has done in terms of the card lock aspect of this, which is what really gives rise to the need for him to seek, or it to seek, an amendment. We've got the truck and travel center, as I've just mentioned, plus there's also another card lock fuel dispensary just a couple hundred yards to the west, 300 yards to the east. So has there been any research done on that by the proponent?
I'm not aware of it. I will find out. I will ask about a market study.
And with respect to the development, would you know how many jobs would be associated with the two proposed restaurants?
I'm not aware. No, I can find out as well.
And my understanding is that with a card lock system, there wouldn't be necessarily any jobs on site. Is that correct?
I'm not aware either on that question. That's a good question. I will find out.
Thank you. So I think I'll leave. I don't think I have any other questions necessarily. I don't imagine that you're familiar with the flow of traffic in the area. There's been a traffic impact study done by someone on behalf of the proponent that seems to be at odds with traffic studies that have been recently done by the town. And I know the MTO is extremely interested in this particular area and the intersection of Gilmore and Pettit as it comes on, and the ramps off of the QEW. So I don't have any further questions right now of Ms. Lassaline. Any other members of council have any questions of Ms. Lassaline? If not, then thank you very much for your attendance this evening. And we will ask Mr. Butler if there's anyone in the queue who wishes to speak to council in favor of the application other than the proponent. Obviously, who's obviously supportive.
I'm seeing no hands raised, Your Worship.
Then I'll ask then if there's anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to the application.
None at the moment, Your Worship.
Okay, and you're keeping an eye. Yeah, you're keeping an eye on who's in attendance, so you can probably identify.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any in attendance that I'd anticipate would be interested in this application, and seeing no hands raised.
We'll ask if there's anyone who wishes to address council one way or the other, just ask questions. And if there are no hands raised, then I'm going to declare this public meeting closed. And that gets us to the consent agenda. Does anybody have any? We're going to take a break shortly, but I'm just wondering whether we can get through the consent agenda. Is there anyone who wishes any of the reports removed from the consent agenda? Councillor Butler?
Sorry, yes, I just wanted to pull the CAO report that you were talking about earlier. I'm sorry, I can't.
With respect to the strategic plan?
Yes.
That's CAO 04-2021, so we'll deal with that separately. Any other reports that anyone wishes removed? Okay, then can I have a motion that we accept the recommendations contained in the reports in the consent agenda, except CAO 04-2021. Councillor Dubanow. Are there any questions or comments that anyone wishes to make? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Report number IS 11-2021, the neighborhood traffic management policy. I just wanted to, I had a chance to talk to Mr. Walsh today, that is the traffic calming studies, and kind of worded a bit differently, but the traffic calming is going to be included in that. And that it doesn't talk too much about the urban areas, but the urban areas will be looked at in regards to traffic calming, but not in regards to speed.
Correct. Do you want to confirm that, Mr. Walsh?
Well, just that speed is an item of traffic calming, so the councillor is partially correct.
I've actually
Mostly correct.
Councillor Noyes, over the last couple of days, I've actually come across people who I'm sure are part of the traffic calming squad in Fort Erie, because I had to follow them traveling the speed limit, and my wife was quite impressed. Not so much with my demeanor, but with the fact that I abided by the speed limit.
Will
Sir?
wonders ever? I'm sure everybody is wondering what was going on. I have no further questions on that, but I did have another question on another one.
Yes.
Okay, in regards to the development charges, reserve funds, in regards to the community benefits and the development charges, and I've had a chance to talk to Ms. Stolt earlier today, asking. She was very informative for just what are the changes in regards to community benefits and development charges, and how are they going to affect the town? And I understand that there is going to be a report coming that will delineate the changes and how this is going to affect us moving forward. I didn't know if she wanted to touch base on it, but it will affect us.
Yeah, you're referencing report CS 01-2021. Ms. Dolce, did you want to chime in?
Sure, through you to the councillor. In terms of a future report on community benefit charges, there will be a future report, and it will explain what the community benefit charge will cover and what will come out of development charges. Originally, when community benefit was proposed, it was going to include such things as parkland and other things into the community benefit charge, and that would be pulled out of development charges. But recently the government's changed that position, and we are looking at the parkland remaining within the DC. So we will provide what stays in, what stays out, and the details of that, and the plan moving forward for the town. And our consultant is looking at that right now with those changes in mind.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Noyes?
Nothing further, thank you.
Any other councillors? Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Just a comment regarding IS 11, and I appreciate Councillor Noyes' comments regarding the scope. I'm just very happy to see that this is moving forward. This has actually been something that's personally been on my radar that I've been trying to see happen. It was something I heard about quite a bit as I was banging on doors during the 2018 election, particularly in Garrison Village and other areas like that. I'm very happy to see this moving forward, and I'm looking forward to seeing the results from this and where we can move forward from there. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Any other members of council wish to speak to any of the other reports? Just wanted to say that I thought that Carly Griffin did an excellent report, the 2020 annual investment review, and she does a lot of work on that investment. Mr. Jansen, you certainly have a very talented associate in Ms. Griffin, and please pass on those comments. If there are no other questions or comments with respect to the consent agenda package as amended, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of the recommendations in the reports? None opposed, that is carried. So we need a mover for CAO 04-2021.
Your worship?
Yes.
Did we have a mover for the consent agenda recommendation?
Councillor
I
Dubanow.
believe so.
Councillor pardon?
Okay, I missed it.
I don't think he moved the agenda package less CAO 04-2021. And Councillor Butler, did you want to move that?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. So that's on the floor and you wanted to speak to that?
I did. Thank you. So I just wanted to say, first of all, it was a really well-written report, but I have some concerns with respect to the strategic priority number 1 in terms of the affordable housing portion. You know, the report says that staff and council have been doing well and progressing well with respect to our pillars, but affordable housing, I have to stand up and speak to that and say we're falling down, and despite our best efforts. And now, when I talk about affordable housing, I'm not talking about the Lions Club and their attempt at affordable housing, because they're doing a phenomenal job. But what I'm saying is that the average housing in Fort Erie is $500,000. Wages haven't been keeping pace for our youth to be able to purchase in. And the sales of the housing that is occurring in our marketplace are going to bidding wars, and that's problematic. So my question is, what can we do as a community to help encourage our developers to stave off those speculators and those interested from out of town to purchase for short-term rentals and push out, you know, our residents that are going to the next step? It's, for me, it's bothersome. I don't know if anybody else feels the same way, but when you know, couples are trying to get a house and they're outbid by individuals who can afford it from the Toronto market looking to retire this way, it's problematic, I find. And further to that, I don't think that our government makes it easy for first-time buyers to be able to purchase because of the financing that's related. And for me, it keeps me up at night. I don't know what we can do to change that. And is there something that we can do to change that? When I look at some of the developers who are building up, and they're saying that they're going to be incorporating affordable units, what is affordable to them and what is actually affordable to the individuals that live in our community? If a condominium is selling for $400,000 and it's a postage stamp in comparison to a house that you can purchase for an extra $100,000, but neither are attainable, then what are we doing?
Well, part of the problem, Councillor Butler, is that we have little ability to influence the market, and a lot of the policies that we have been working on and the initiatives that we have undertaken as a council over the last number of years, in some respects, are counterproductive to trying to keep the market value of housing lower. We're doing things that make this an attractive community for people to come to, so that we're not only having people from the GTA moving here, we're having people from all over the place. So those are the challenges that we're faced with. There are some things that we can do, and it's now been a year since we've been able to have the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee meet, and I'm wanting to get that together, at least in an informal way, so that we can get back to where we were, trying to come up with some policies and find ways that we can engage builders. We do have a number of projects where there are some opportunities for affordable apartment units, as an example, to be constructed in town. And those are things that we're working on. That will address part of the market, but it certainly doesn't address a lot of the concerns that you've mentioned. And, you know, we're unfortunately, like everybody else in the area, the ring of the GTA, where housing costs are being affected by people who are coming in here. And you're quite correct. This morning, I opened an email and saw a bidding war on a property and ended up selling for 20% more than it was listed for. And it was listed for a pretty healthy price. So those are the challenges. Ms. Dolch, you may have some top of mind comments. I mean, we can work on trying to provide and trying to make it easier to build smaller housing, which is at least gets people into the market. The big challenge, and you're not the only one who stays up awake thinking about this at night, but the big challenge is, how do young people get into the market? How do people who are first-time homebuyers, how do they get into the market? And it's all well and good for people from out of this area to come into town, pay an exorbitant price, distort the market, and then that becomes the reality for the people who have grown up here. It's a challenge. Ms. Dolce, did you have any comments that might be of some assistance?
Through you to the councillor, the only thing I can comment on is we are going to be looking at the zoning bylaw through a housekeeping amendment and looking at the ability to provide second dwelling units in other places other than an R1 zone to see, because they're smaller separate units on the same property as a house. Obviously, it's not going to be the first home buyers we're going to be looking at, but providing some ability for homeowners to split the cost of those homes with somebody else if they need to, and other things like that. In terms of the Affordable Housing Committee, I do think that's the next step, and it has been unfortunate with the COVID situation. But I do like your idea about meeting informally to maybe start moving that along so that when you can meet formally, something can occur.
Councillor Butler, and this isn't just a town of Fort Erie solution. We have to also look at our regional partners. I mean, some of the charges, the reality is that there are significant costs to building houses now, whether it's a single house or whether it's a subdivision, and those are costs as well. I mean, we're going to be dealing with the report later on in the agenda where we know that the costs of constructing institutional buildings over the last 3 years have gone up 35 to 40%. So that's also an impact on affordability of housing. So I think it may be there may be some other things. I'm thinking of them as you were speaking and as I'm speaking, and I'm going to resist the temptation to speak out loud because sometimes it's better to think these things through. But this is a conversation that I think concerns all of us. And this council has shown a lot of initiative in dealing with other issues. This certainly is the biggest, I'd say it's the biggest challenge that we're faced with. We've now got our access to health in a really nice position. We're getting to the point where the access to internet, which has become so crucial, we're getting a good handle on that. The affordable housing is becoming very elusive, and it worsens by the day for sure. So I think we all need to put our thinking caps on, and Councillor Zanko may have some solutions for us.
Well, if I can just finish one
Sure.
thought. I just wanted to finish one thought and put that in the mind of all the residents and the developers and for council as well. And that is that the price of housing 30 years ago, when you were just starting out as a married couple or as a couple, a brand new house would cost you $100,000. And the wages at that time between your husband and yourself or your partner could be a combination of $50,000. It was still affordable, even at $40,000 combined income. But now, with wages not moving in the direction that they should be, to be able to combat the expense of the house, it's just an impossibility. And I think that council needs to wrap their minds around that problem and advocate to the next level of government and try to make those changes. And I think if the municipalities band together and try to come up with a solution and force the hands of the province and the federal government to implement something, I think we'd have a stronger base to go forward on. Anyway, that's my two cents. Thanks.
Well, no, and you're quite correct. And there are some deep roots, and they go back 50 years, perhaps. And the problems took a long time to develop to where we are now. It's the erosion of the middle class. And without wanting to be too philosophical here, the reality is that the weakening of the middle class creates the predicaments we're in right now. And so policies that have been undertaken that have had that either inadvertent or in some cases intentional impact have helped to get us where we are now. Councillor Zanko, you had your hand up.
I did. Thank you, Your Worship. No, and I just wanted to say that I do echo what Councillor Butler's concerns are. And I mean, I don't have a solution per se, but I do think that we need to look at some policies. And I know that, you know, there is residents in Fort Erie, as Councillor Butler had said, that just don't have any opportunity for affordable housing. Individuals from Toronto are buying up the houses, and I don't necessarily have an issue of them relocating to Fort Erie, but what's happening now, if you talk to realtors, they'll tell you that a lot of these individuals from Toronto are buying up our housing market for short-term rentals, and they don't have any interest in moving here. The property is just much cheaper than they're used to, and they're creating bidding war. So I think that maybe we really do need to look at this, and we can't solve everything, but there's got to be some policy that we can create to try to solve this problem.
So there's an immediate thing that we could do in terms of short-term rentals, but then there's an impact with respect to the tourism industry. So, you know, we've got to keep an eye on that, and that's why I think that the work we're doing on the short-term rental file is extremely important. We had the pilot project last year that was seriously impacted because of COVID-19. Hopefully there'll be a bit better handle on that pilot project this year so that we can see, and it could also be that the Affordable Housing Committee should be maybe getting some work done on what the actual impacts are of a short-term rental market in a community in terms of what it does to the housing market and what the impacts are on those who are trying to get into the market. So there are some things, I think there are some things that we can do. And Ms. Dolch, hopefully you've made note of some of these things and you'll have some other ideas. So Councillor Zanko, did you have anything further?
No, nothing further. I just wanted to note that, you know, this really is something that we should look at sooner than later. Because the problem is just getting worse and worse. So I would hate for us to not look at this soon. And that's all I had.
Yeah, no, I agree. Councillor Butler, did you have anything further that you wanted to add?
No, you know what, I'm going to discuss it offline, I think, and then probably bring in a couple of motions, notice of motions next week.
That'd be fine. Anyone else wish to speak to Councillor Dubanow?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And I want to echo Councillor Butler's concern. I'm not quite 40 yet, and I purchased a house, new construction in Fort Erie, back in 2016. It sold for we paid just a little over $300,000 for it, which at the time I thought was a crazy amount of money, especially for Fort Erie. And since 2016, an identical house to mine in the exact same neighborhood has sold for just under $800,000. It's pretty crazy what's happening. And you know, when I look at my neighborhood, we didn't have people coming in here buying, you know, properties and letting them sit vacant for short-term rentals. It was a lot of people relocating from the GTA, also Kitchener, Cambridge, Waterloo. A lot came in from that way into here, at Hamilton as well. There are a lot of people who see the desirability of this community and they want to share it with us. And it's creating that upward pressure that we have more demand for what we have in this community than we're able to offer right now. I think it's just to comment on it, it's a multifaceted issue because housing and the price of housing is one very important component. Where those houses are being, you know, are they being speculated? Are they being lived in? But I think employment is also a very, very important issue as well. It's been a challenge, not just for Fort Erie with the ability to attract industry to industrial land availability, but it's been the entire region. I think Niagara in January had the third highest rate of unemployment in Ontario. We've been hit really, really hard by the tourism industry's shutdown due to COVID. There's individuals in our community who haven't worked since March last year. But this has been an ongoing theme. We've seen our manufacturing base in this region completely upended and destroyed by globalization. And then you've got the issues of income inequality, which I think the mayor touched on when he was talking about the erosion of the middle class. This is such a complicated issue. During the campaign, I gave the comparison to a game of tiddlywinks. It's basically if you have too many things in one section, it all comes tumbling down. You got to have the balance and everything. So we have to look at the housing perspective. We have to look at the employment perspective. That is going to be a very difficult challenge, but I'm sure it's a challenge that all of us are up to. We have a great leadership in this community, and it's going to be something that we have to look at from a very broad perspective. I'm very, very pleased Councillor Butler brought this up. Thank you so much for speaking to it. And as a 38-year-old who got very, very lucky with when I entered the housing market, if I did not own prior to the explosion of housing prices in Fort Erie, there was no way I'd be able to afford to own my own home right now at all, let alone the kind of house I have now. It's very concerning when I think of my kids and even my sister who's younger than me, who doesn't own a home now. I don't know how she's going to enjoy what I've been blessed to have. So I'm trusting that with great leadership, we're going to be able to get this sorted out. So thank you for the time, Your Worship.
No, thank you. I think the comments of all three of you are certainly top of mind for all of us, and they cause us all a lot of concern. And I'm quite confident the staff is also aware. If there are things that we can sort out, that would include other levels of government. I think we'll pursue it. So I look forward to hearing back from you, Councillor Butler, on the next steps or the direction that you and staff might think we can take this. Anyone else wish to speak to the strategic planning report, which is part of the problem? If we weren't so successful in these things, I guess we wouldn't be such a desirable community. Mr. Cookett, Mr. Cookett, the one thing that I did want to say is that I think we need to look at the performance measurements aspect of the picture here. So we've been given a lot of general information, how we've responded to the strategic objectives, what the reports and bylaws are that have addressed those things, some of the concrete examples, but there were some where we had some specific performance measurements put in, and I think we should look at getting some of that as well put forward so that we can, where the performance measurements were in place, we can gauge and exhibit the level of success.
Yes, to Your Worship. Ms. Bradnam and I did speak to that earlier. I do have to commend her on an excellent report. She does these every year. It's a ton of work. And I have to applaud council because in 16 months, we've done amazing things, even through a pandemic. So I think everybody needs to be applauded on that. But we will put some benchmarking in there. It was part of our strat plan when we formulated it, and we will include it in future reports. If I could just back up and to speak to Councillor Butler's point there, I think we have to look at things like incentives for affordable housing, but we have land that is owned by the town. And I think we have to make changes to our land sale policy so those parcels of land are used for affordable housing, and it's not just the highest price that takes those. So just a quick thought, I want to throw that in. But yes, Mayor, we will in the future put something in the report.
Right, and we may have to revisit some of the things that we had considered before and maybe decided not to pursue. We may have to be thinking. We may have to revisit some of the decisions we've previously made. Okay, then I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of the recommendations in CAO 04-2021? None opposed. That is carried. We're now at 7:48 and we're about to go to planning, development services. So why don't we take a 5-minute break right now and we'll come back at 7:53. Okay, so we've got a couple of councillors still to come back. We're down to one. Councillor Noyes. So I'm going to call this meeting back into session, and Councillor Dubanow, you are the Chair of Planning and Development Services. I'm going to hand the chair to you, and of course you have the two delegations.
Yes, Your Worship, thank you very much. So let me just bring my agenda up to the right spot. Planning and Development Services is now in session for the evening, and we do have the addendum with the two presentations and delegations. So the first one we have this evening is from David Bergeron, the purchaser of 546 Ridge Road. Mr. Butler, is Mr. Bergeron in the waiting room?
He is, Chair. I'll bring in Mr. Bergeron now.
Thank you.
Mr. Bergeron, you should be able to unmute yourself and share your video.
Mr. Bergeron, good evening.
All right, I think I'm unmuted. Okay, we're good.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect.
Floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. All right, good evening, Your Worship, members of council, and all others participating this evening. My name is Dave Bergeron, and I'm going to be the owner of the property located, the new owner of the property located at 546 Ridge Road North, also known as the Winger Manor. I want to spend the next few minutes describing who I am, what my vision is for the property, and the effects that this unsolicited designation could have on my project. I'm a business owner and restaurateur, as well as a longstanding resident of Crystal Beach. I currently operate one restaurant in Crystal Beach with a second planned for opening before summer. My plan for the Winger property is to make this the crown jewel of my restaurants. My vision for this property is to create an upscale dining and event experience with a wedding venue featuring magnificent gardens and terraces for both special group events and personal dining. I expect that during the peak outdoor event season, I'll be employing well over 100 support staff at this restaurant and over 60 employees at my other restaurants. I've always been transparent on my social media posts of what I intend to do, and I've been receiving mostly positive and supportive feedback. First of all, I just want to put everyone's mind at ease. I would never invest in a seven-figure in a property of this magnitude to demolish it. I bought the place because of its historical significance and stunning architecture. My plan for the facade is to keep it as close to the original as possible. The curb appeal on the property is already spectacular, and I do not want to change the feel of that. With that being said, building is almost 100 years old, and as such will require certain upgrades to ensure it as safe and efficient as possible to operate. The windows are single pane, there's no insulation on the outer walls, the knob and tube wiring was all antiquated and unsafe. The previous renovations done here would need to be redone to bring it back to its original state, as all of the wood trim upstairs has been painted. There's been new kitchen, new flooring that aren't the style of the time. It will take a significant investment to bring this beautiful property back to its original form. The issue with having it deemed historical is that the process of approvals could potentially add unplanned time and expenses to the completion process as it currently stands, as we will now have to go through additional steps to receive approvals for everything. The fact is, if this process is too long, my investors will likely take their multi-million-dollar renovation and restoration budget and go somewhere else. I'm still unclear of what the pros and cons are of having a historical designation. With the short notice provided, which I just got on Thursday night by someone that was telling me this meeting was happening, I haven't had adequate time to research the impact of this. My secondary concern with this process is that having this property deemed historical by a hostile designation will set a precedent that might not be the best for the town and its residents. What if your neighbor doesn't like the fact you want to do a reno on your home? Will he now be able to start a process of hostile designation to slow up the process? What I would like from council is a no vote for this historical designation, or at the very least, a postponement so that I can do my due diligence with the town of Fort Erie, the Historical Society, as well as my legal counsel. I don't feel it in the best interest of myself or the community to create roadblocks that could delay or derail opportunity to showcase and share this magnificent venue with the residents of Niagara and beyond. I would also like to express my concern that due to the unique situation of this property pending ownership, transition is less than a month away, that the appropriate steps as established by Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act has not been adhered to. I received no notification, not from council nor Historical Society, regarding this designation, even though my intentions have been public since the beginning, both on social media and the newspaper articles. I will pause there to allow the time to reflect on my words and answer any questions that you may have. I'm always available beyond this meeting to listen and to respond to any questions, comments, or concerns that the members of council or the residents of the community may have. Thank you for your time, and I can take any questions if you have any.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bergeron. I was going to go to council to ask if they had any questions. I already see Councillor Noyes' hand up. Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Councillor Dubanow. Just one question, Mr. Bergeron, and thank you for bringing employment to the area again. There was a comment in the narrative that we had that the historic cultural heritage committee were not allowed to come in and see the interior, and I'm just wondering if you would be willing to let them come and see. They may find that, as you have mentioned, that a lot of the historic features aren't historic anymore because of renovations that have been done in the past, or may not just be safe anymore, like the knob and tube wiring and things like that. Would you be willing to have them come to take a tour?
Yes, I have no issues. Now, you would have been asking the wrong person, because I don't even own it yet. So I cannot allow you to come in if I don't own the property. That's not how it works. And my plan for the renovations that need to be done is to try to get it back to as close as historic as possible. And an addition will need to be made for the commercial kitchen if everything goes as well as planned, but all of that will be on the back side of the home. So my intent is to not touch the look of the front, except to make the changes needed to bring it up to code and to make it sufficient so I'm not losing energy and things like that. I have no issues on the Historical Society coming in and checking how it's looking now. But like you said, all the upstairs oak is all painted, so that's lost all of its gleam. But my plan is take it all off, strip it, bring it back to normal. And there's a new kitchen in here. Well, but things need to be changed. But as far as the outside appearance, what I'm trying to do is keep it as close to original as possible. And mind you, I still have other hurdles to cross. I still have to come back to council, ask to change from a residential to commercial. I still have many processes. This is just one I wasn't anticipating before I even owned the place. Because
Mr.
when I bought
Bergeron,
it was residential, not historical.
Mr. Bergeron, I think Councillor Noyes had a follow-up question, and
Sure.
I think she'd like an opportunity to ask.
Go ahead.
And my follow-up question was, can you ask the original owners or the current owners if they would allow the historical committee in to see? And
I can ask, but we are 3 weeks away from me owning it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of council? Your worship.
Yeah, just a few questions, and thank you very much, Mr. Bergeron, for coming out. You're right, you're not the owner yet, and so you wouldn't have received the correspondence sent to the current owner at the end of January regarding this matter.
Okay.
Was that shared with you by the current owner?
I just received the information from the current owner on Thursday night.
I see. And is your purchase of this property unconditional? Is it not conditional upon getting a rezoning?
No, that was going to be my plan of attack once I've owned the property. But I wasn't expecting this property to be deemed historical before I even had a chance.
You're going to purchase the property before it's even properly zoned for whatever you want to do.
Exactly.
All right.
It's a magnificent property.
You understand that you have to obtain approvals for much of the renovation work that you're talking about regardless.
Yeah, regardless, I understand that. It's just the extra process and the extra time that being historical will add to my timeline. So do I now have to meet with the Historical Society if I want to paint a window black? Am I going to have to go through these processes and all of this extra time just because of its historical? Now, once I'm done and the renovation is done, if making it historical is advantageous to both myself and my investors, then we don't have an issue on revisiting.
Do you already have your renovation plans completed in terms of the specifications, the drawings, what have you?
No, I have not, because I bought the property as soon as I seen it, and I'm just waiting for it to close to make sure that I am owning it before I start putting money into architects and everything else.
So you've got, if I might, Mr. Chair, so you've got a lot of stuff in your head as to what you'd like to do, but nothing's on paper.
Exactly.
And my understanding is that recently the size of the property has been reduced through an application for severance.
Yes, it has. And that's why the property hasn't closed yet, because they had to go through the process of giving the 20 days notice. But it still leaves 75 feet on the back of the property, of the back of the building to the end of the property.
And regardless of the designation, you could utilize the property for the wedding events, the outside events, you can gussy up the gardens, et cetera, regardless of whether this property is designated or not.
Exactly. Well, I'm not quite, yes. I'm hoping that just being designated does not mean I cannot ask for it to be commercial and ask for it to be a restaurant. What I'm hoping for not having the designation is not being slowed down by the extra processes and all of the approvals needed once it becomes historical. And again, I've had no time to research on whether being historical is advantageous or not advantageous. Like I said, I found out this on Thursday. So that's why I'm asking for a no, but at least give me a postponement so then I can do my due diligence and start looking at all of the information, and maybe it will be worth it. If there are grants to help the facade, well, that'd be great.
That's one of the things, yeah, that's one of the policies that I would be recommending. It's unfortunate that the owner didn't share any of this, what was going on with you. On the other hand, I'm sure that you appreciate the importance of architectural heritage in a community.
That's exactly why I bought the building, because the building is spectacular. And the last thing I want to do, if I wanted to open up a big restaurant and a wedding venue, I'm not going to spend $1 million to tear down a building. I would have bought a $200,000 lot down the street and built from scratch.
Yeah, I don't think anyone is suggesting that you were planning on tearing the building down. Thank you very much, Mr. Bergeron. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Zanko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to Mr. Bergeron. Thank you very much for coming this evening. You had mentioned that you're not necessarily opposed to the designation. You just need a bit more time to research and find out some more information. So if we were to postpone, I guess my question is, how much time do you think you would need? How long would that take you?
I would say minimum 4 months.
4 months, okay.
And that's at the minimum, because I'm going to lose this month because I still don't own it. And then once I own it and I know for sure I have it, then that's when my work will start with my architects and everything else.
Okay, that was everything. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Zanko. Any other members of council have questions for Mr. Bergeron? I just have two, if I may. You had said that you only found out about this on Thursday. That's correct?
Yes, I was approached by somebody, I think it was on Facebook or something, asking me if I wanted to be designated, and I said no.
Okay, thank you. Now, I'm just wondering, yeah, so in light of the fact that you only just found out about this on Thursday, you haven't had any opportunity to consult with town staff or even members of the Heritage Advisory Committee to answer any of these questions that you have regarding whether the designation would affect your ability to operate the venue the way you envision. So is that correct?
That is correct. Absolutely zero contact with anyone yet.
Now, my final question is, if this is postponed, will you actually proceed with contacting the town, contacting the Heritage Advisory Committee to find out if that this is something that you would be able to support moving forward?
Yes, I would.
Okay.
And I'm always in contact with the town because I'm trying to open up my second restaurant now. So the town hears from me a lot, actually.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Bergeron. Appreciate having you here. Oh, Councillor Butler, I am so sorry I didn't see your hand, and you should have come before me.
No, that's okay. I just had a quick question. Why 4 months? Why would it take you 4 months?
I'm giving you a timeline that I think I can probably achieve. If you want to give me longer, the better.
Okay. I just don't know that doing research on a heritage designation would take 4 months. So
I don't know what it's going to take.
Why would you think that it would take 4 months?
I'm not sure how long it's going to take. And the last thing I want to do is ask for time and then not being able to achieve that time. At least if you're saying 4 months seems like it's too much, then it's probably enough by the way things are getting done and everybody's on Zoom and I cannot go into offices and et cetera. Nothing's going to happen to the building while I'm here because I'm actually living in the building right now.
Mr. Bergeron, thank you. I saw his worship's hand up. I think he had another question.
Yeah, I'm just wondering whether there's any connection between you closing on the purchase of the property and what we're talking about tonight.
Well, the fact is that if the designation happens and I'm all of a sudden historical, that would probably allow me to get out of the purchase because it's not intended. I won't be able to try to use it as I intended it to use it because I don't know what the repercussions are of being historical, which I'm not going to do because either way I'm buying this home. But can you repeat your question? Sorry, sir.
Well, I think you just contradicted yourself. I think you just contradicted yourself. I think your answer is that you're going to buy this piece of property regardless.
Exactly.
However, I think it is fair if you've just learned about this. What is the closing date? Is it the end of
March 30th?
So it's a couple of weeks.
Yes, 3 weeks.
All right. Yeah, Oh, okay, I hear what you're saying, and I think it's fair for you to have an opportunity to speak to staff about this. I think 4 months is a bit much. However, we'll deal with this when we get to the report. Thank you very much, Mr. Bergeron.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll ask again if, just because I missed Councillor Butler before, if there were any other members of council. Thank you very much, Mr. Bergeron, for coming this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
So that then now moves us on to our second delegation this evening, and it's Mary McCullen-Papp, Chair of the Museum and Cultural Heritage Committee. Mr. Butler, is she available?
She is, Chair. I'll bring her in now.
Thank you very much.
Mary, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Okay.
Good evening. How are you?
Good evening. I'm well, thank you.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing forward the evaluation and survey of 546 Ridge Road to consider for designation. This was one of several properties the Heritage Committee reviewed and sent to staff in February of 2020, so over a year ago. Recent events made it the most threatened. This custom-built Tudor house is resting on a balanced and dignified footprint on 1.3 acres of land. It is now in a very vulnerable position due to the unfortunate decision of the Committee of Adjustment to allow a severance, which will leave a backyard of just 75 feet from the house to the rear lot line, and only 21 feet between the house and the easement to the north. Designation is essential to preserving this important part of Ridgeway heritage. The property qualifies for designation in all 3 categories available under the Ontario Heritage Act. The house is architecturally significant and is a unique style in Ridgeway. It was commissioned by a prominent citizen of Fort Erie as a custom-built home for his family. Ward Winger was instrumental in the development of several areas in Fort Erie, including Crescent Park, Point Abano, Lakeview, and Oak Hill Forest, but he chose Ridgeway to build his dream home. At one time, there was even a Winger building in downtown Ridgeway. But most importantly, this 94-year-old home defines and elevates the surrounding neighborhood. The house sets a high standard for the diversity of architecture along Ridge Road North. The Tudor design and the surrounding landscape make it a landmark that brings character and dignity to the entrance to the town. The Heritage Committee is aware that the current owner and the apparent new owner are not in favor of designation. This is concerning because there has been a lot of publicity about what the plans could be around this house. We are also aware that there are many misconceptions around designation in the general public, and these need to be addressed and clarified with potential designation candidates. Our committee wants to work with owners to preserve the heritage and keep the property useful and valuable. It is very frustrating to be unable to meet with owners and to discuss such issues, especially at a time when development is at historic highs. You know, developers really like to promote the charm and quaintness of historic Ridgeway in their advertising. They know these attributes appeal to prospective buyers. And it's ironic that in using the charm and character to sell the homes they build, some developers do seem to be intent on eroding it. Much of the attractiveness and charm of Ridgeway comes from the large lots which allow for space between homes and the generous setbacks of those houses which offer great curb appeal. Particularly in the residential north end along Ridge Road, these spacious lots and attractive setbacks provide a beautiful entranceway to town, and the house at 546 Ridge Road is the best and the most unique example. The wonderful diversity of architecture all through Ridgeway contributes greatly to the heritage and character of the town. And I need to talk a little bit about how that can be destroyed relative to this property and relative to Ridgeway generally. There are many ways to destroy heritage and diversity and uniqueness. We can overwhelm it with cookie cutter houses, devoid of architectural interest, lined in a row along treeless streets. We diminish it by building block townhouses and apartments within a stone's throw of architecturally significant buildings. We can destroy the ambience that heritage buildings bring to their surrounding neighborhood when we reduce the lot size and alter the footprint of the house on the property. Oversized housing on minuscule lots is another way that we're detracting from the town's character and unattractiveness. Houses that are built too close together, uninteresting designs, monotonous repetitions of style. None of it is enhancing Ridgeway. 546 Ridge Road is arguably the most beautiful house in town. Sustainability is the buzzword used to justify this approach while ignoring the consequences to the existing environment. Particularly with this lot, allowing the removal of wooded areas and not requiring the developer to protect trees and greenery further erodes the character of the neighborhood and has negative impact on the beauty and charm of the whole town. The town has already lost up to 80% of tree canopy to the emerald ash borer. Every effort must be made to ensure the remaining trees are retained. We understand that intensification has been mandated by the province. The town is complying to meet the density requirements. We have read the recent town report celebrating the all-time high number of building permits that have been issued in the past 2 years. Judging by the number of construction crews and dump trucks and the destruction of natural habitat, it is obvious developers have found a lucrative building environment in Fort Erie. But developers are not the only ones with an investment here. Existing taxpayers have a significant stake in their investment as well. Our committee mandate is to inform and advise council on heritage matters and to recommend properties for designation. And we strongly urge the designation of 546 Ridge Road as the only way to protect the building and the property. No one expects development to cease, but growth at the expense of our heritage buildings and our neighborhoods and our natural habitat is not a sustainable option. It is not enough to consider only the perceived gains that development may bring. We also need to look closely at what we may be losing. Please designate Ward Winger's unique, beautiful example and set the bar high for what we want to have built in our town. That concludes my presentation, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak to you about this home. And if you have any questions for me, I will try to answer them.
Thank you very much. Any members of council have any questions? Your worship.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ms. McClellan-Papp, for your comments and obviously your passion. The prospective owner has requested an opportunity to inform himself about the various aspects of designation of this parcel, this house, and seems to be interested in speaking to your committee about this. Is there any reason why, since it's now been a year since your committee first started dealing with this, is there any reason why we wouldn't provide an opportunity for some discussion with the owner prior to making the designation?
And that we would normally do that in a normal environment. We would, of course, be available for questions and we would have communication. This is an unusual situation and we're in unusual times. He, as you have said, is not the owner yet. Certainly we've read in the paper all the plans he has for the house. We have reservations, but we're certainly willing to have dialogue about those reservations. I mean, personally, I always think dialogue is the way to go. But he seems to have already made up his mind what he wants to do with this house. And historically, it's absurd to say that 4 months is what he would need. You can do a lot of damage to a property in 4 months. You can also make a very good business plan that this is a terrible time to be even considering opening a restaurant. It's almost unbelievable that you would buy a property like this and say you're going to open a restaurant without having made it a condition of sale that an architect look at it to see what the viability of it is. I would also like to point out that with the severance, it leaves 75 feet for the backyard of this house now. He's already said he needs to put an addition on it for handicap washrooms, an upgraded industrial kitchen. Where's he going to put the parking for his restaurant? Because destroying the front yard and making it a parking lot is not going to enhance that part of Ridgeway. This is also a residential area. There are no businesses in that area of town. The commercial part of Ridgeway is south of Dominion Road.
Okay, so in response to my question, if I might share, your response is that you think this is too urgent for there to be any delay of council making a decision on this?
I do. That's exactly what I think. I think the forces that want to not designate it are too strong to allow them any time to do damage to the house and the property.
Okay, and you understand that there's an appeal process?
I do. And I'm still willing to talk with him. I mean, again, we've done this before, and we know that there is a lot of confusion, a lot of apprehension, a lot of negativity around designation. And case by case, that can usually be resolved with open dialogue. But it's hard to have open dialogue with someone who has already made up their mind what they're going to do.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Ms. McClellan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Any other members of council have questions? And I'm going to look really, really closely because I actually do have one. So if anyone has one, please put your hand up because I'm the chair and I'm supposed to go last. All right. So with that, I'm going to ask my question. Thank you very much for the presentation you gave this evening. You did note that it's arguably one of the most beautiful houses in Ridgeway. I agree with that. My question though is, I'm coming into this tonight with an open mind. I'm not sure exactly which way I'm going to go. I have concerns about designations without consent of owners, and I was hoping to hear a little more about the history of the house and why the house and that building there actually qualifies for an historical designation. And I heard comments about the Committee of Adjustment. I heard comments about cookie cutter homes and other things related to Ridgeway. And I'm just a little concerned. Your presentation seemed to be less about the house and more about broader social issues.
Okay. Fair enough.
So I'm just curious, is what was your intent this evening with the presentation? Because I was really hoping to hear a lot more about the house, possibly be given some photos and some justification for why we should be doing this. I did see the report. I know how it rates. I'm curious. It's heard comments about Committee of Adjustment, the severance stuff along those lines.
Sure.
Is this about the house or is this about other things going on? It is my question. I'm just going to come out and say it.
It's about the house, and I guess the reason I didn't talk about the house was because that's what the survey and evaluation is. And you would have gotten a copy of that with your report. At least I thought you did.
We did, certainly.
So basically our detail is in that. And I was talking more to the fact that the house is in a very vulnerable position right now, which is why I brought in the Committee of Adjustment decision. That's what makes it so vulnerable. And I also wanted to make sure that you were aware that as a committee, we do want to work with owners. We have in the past, and we will in the future. And I guess I also wanted to point out to the committee, or to council, that there are many ways that you can destroy heritage and diversity and uniqueness without taking the house down. You can leave it. I mean, I don't know if you've ever seen Trinity Church in Toronto, but if it's a beautiful old church, it's now very difficult to find because it's surrounded by glass towers. It's even hard to find the street that leads into it. So I guess I'm trying to sort of give a bigger picture than what was contained in the report. But as for the house itself, I mean, the tile roof is in itself wonderful. It was a custom built home. I don't have the actual details of the survey and evaluation in front of me at the moment, but we did say in our report that some of our information on the inside did come from a real estate listing simply because we were not allowed to go in, and we did ask. And I think it was Mr. Gibbons that did not want to let us in. So the property itself, it is a landmark. It's scored very high on context, its impact on the neighborhood. And I did talk about that tonight. And that is actually, in some ways, the most important part now, because we weren't able to go inside. But we did detail in the report the architectural, significance of the exterior.
And I appreciate your answer. You defended it very well. And I'm actually very pleased with the answer you gave. And I also know from other historical properties here in town that you have worked with owners and that you do actually work with individuals to ensure that they can actually accomplish what they want to do within the scope of the heritage designation. I hope you don't take the question the wrong way. The answer you gave was actually exactly what I was hoping you would give for an answer. And I do appreciate that. Thank you very much. I see Councillor Zanko's returned. She didn't have an opportunity when I asked if anyone wanted to speak before I did. So I'll go to Councillor Zanko. I think I saw her hand up.
Yes, you did. And thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do want to note that unfortunately my computer cut out for the delegation. So I might be repeating this question because I did not have the opportunity to hear them. But through you, Mr. Chair, to the delegate, I guess my first question is, have we taken this approach in the past? I mean, I know that the committee wants to work with residents, which I certainly appreciate. I guess to me, this is more of a forced approach to some degree. And I'm just wondering if we've done this with other properties. I mean, I guess it's not forced, but it's certainly, it's certainly not a work with approach if the property owner isn't interested in pursuing this.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, I think there's three reasons I think that we're at this point now. The first one was that the owner was just not going to let us in and did not want to designate. The second one was that, again, as I said, the Committee of Adjustment allowed the severance, which we're not sure exactly what is going to happen with that. And then, of course, Mr. Bergeron was in the paper saying that he bought it and he was going to turn it into a restaurant. But I guess the most important part in answer to your question is that we did this work over a year ago, well over a year ago. So it's been our intention to designate this house for a long time. We were trying to contact the owners before Mr. Gibbons. So it's kind of a timing thing here. You know, we were initially trying to contact the people that actually owned it before him. So again, it's been over a year since we did our work on this. And it's kind of come to a head now. So yeah, does that answer your question?
Councillor Zanko?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. No, my question is, have we taken this approach in the past by, you know, bringing a heritage property to council rather than, you know, just relying on the owner?
I don't know. Not in the time I've been on the committee, I don't think.
Okay. Councillor Zanko, that might be actually a question and a very good one for the report.
For the report, yeah. And just one other further question, if I could.
Certainly.
And again, this may have been asked, but I guess, and I know you had mentioned that, you know, this has been in the works for a year, but considering the age of this particular property, why just within the past year, and I guess now that, you know, the property is exchanging ownership, rather than, you know, many years ago, since this property is very old?
I don't know. I mean, I've been on the committee for 10 years. We had other properties that we were working on. You know, initially, like when we first started as a heritage committee, I mean, I think it took us 3 years before we even had one designation, because we had a lot of new members to educate and you know, it does take time to gather the information. I would say in the last 5 years, I think we've been the most productive that we've been in a long time. So I don't think there's any specific reason I don't know why it wouldn't have been done before. Honestly, I don't know. But we have a work plan, and we work through our work plan. And in some cases, we are trying to contact the owners of really old houses, because there's some really old houses in the Fort Erie area. And then sometimes owners do contact us, and they take the initiative. So when they do that, we kind of drop whatever we were doing on something else to work with them. You know, so there's no one answer to your question. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I'll go to council one more time. Any follow-ups, any additional questions? All right. Thank you very much, Ms. McCullen-Papp. Thank you for your presentation. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you for your time. Good night.
All right, so that then moves us out of presentation and delegations. So we'll jump right into the reports. So the first report that we have this evening is PDS 15-2021. It's a proposed draft plan of subdivision and amendment to Town of Fort Erie Official Plan Zoning Bylaw 12990 for Royal Ridge Phase 2. That was already moved by Councillor Zanko on the February 22nd, 2021 council meeting. So that's now on the floor for any questions or comments from council. All right, I guess I'm seeing none. So I guess I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Report carries. So moving right along, takes us to PDS 18-2021, the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment for 255 High Street. Can I get a mover for that? Councillor McDermott. That report is now on the floor for questions or comments from council. Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Councillor Dubanow. And I'm going to try not to repeat too often what I said earlier. I understand that it's always a challenge to come up with a financial, it has to be financially viable. I understand that. And I applaud the Lions' work to getting this building built and to address some of the affordable needs the community. And I really do understand that, and I really do appreciate it. However, I have a concern about the mindset. If someone starts off saying that those who have rent, seniors who have rent, who have, let's say, require affordable housing, only want one bedroom or only need one bedroom, and therefore all the 2 bedrooms are going to be going to those to market rate at a reduced price, actually. But those who can afford the market rate prefer 2 bedroom, because there's only 14 1 bedroom that are allocated for market, but yet there's 19 2 bedroom that are allocated for market, and no 2 bedrooms that are allocated for subsidy for affordable housing. So to me, that just doesn't jive. It just doesn't make sense to me. I'm sure that there is an 11-year need for single apartments, for 1 bedroom apartments, but I'm sure there is a large need also for 2 bedroom apartments. And to me, this is a bit of a discrimination. I know it's not intentional, but to say that, you know, if you're going to go into an affordable unit, you can't have a 2 bedroom. I think that's just wrong thinking. I've been in houses, being a therapist, I visited many people in the homes. And when I see the husband or the wife sleeping on the couch because it's a 1 bedroom and they cannot share the bedroom for a variety of reasons. And these apartments to start with are tiny. And it's just really sad that we're going into this with a mindset that, you know, this is what seniors want. Well, I guess seniors without money want it, but seniors with money prefer the 2 bedroom. And I'm being somewhat rhetorical on that. But again, if they looked at the dollar amounts, and I know he was saying that maybe they could come up with another $50 and then they could afford the 1,092, I don't know the exact number. But at the same point, if they would actually charge the true market rate for the market apartments, they could then afford to allow some of the 2 bedrooms to be in the affordable and still land up with the same, you know, financially viable. But they're giving, you know, like he said, like, you know, we could have charged $1,300, that would be the market rate, but we're only charging $1,157, I think was the amount. Well, why not charge the $1,300 and allow 1 or 2, well, probably 30% of the 2 bedroom to go to affordable housing? To say, well, they can come up with the extra $57. Well, if it's rent geared to income, it may be a heck of a lot more than the $40 or $60. Again, I'm hoping that they will rethink this and put a percentage of the 2 bedroom units, make them available to affordable housing. To say that they don't need it is just wrong. I do hope that they'll rethink this.
Thank you, Councillor Noyes. I saw Mayor Redekop's hand up.
I had a couple of questions, and the first really related to the request near the end by Mr. Willick wanting the height kept to 6 stories. And the question really relates to the secondary plan. This is a project that was in the works, I'm sure, for prior to 2018 when the secondary plan was finalized. So I'm wondering why this parcel wasn't designated as something greater than medium density with only 3 stories in the secondary plan, when it was clear that there was a plan to build something here for seniors.
Ms. Dolch, do you want to take that?
Through you, His Worship. I would have to look into that, the reasoning behind that. I do know it was in the works for some time. I don't know if it was part of the secondary plan, but I can look back in Mr. Miller's notes and find that information, and we can report back to you on that.
I would appreciate that. I would appreciate that because I think it would be helpful to us. I know that Mr. Miller spent a lot of time speaking to a lot of residents and business owners when he did his secondary plans. And I'm just a little surprised when I saw this, that it hadn't been dealt with. second question I had related to the part about the report dealing with the parkland dedication, payment in lieu of parkland dedication. It talked about a certain amount of money per unit. And I'm just wondering whether there wouldn't be some way that we could work with the proponents to maybe ensure that there's some landscaping open space area that could be utilized by the people that are living in those two apartment buildings once they're constructed, so that we get something that we want, which is an open space park-like area in the vicinity, which other people, I suppose, could take advantage of. On the one hand, on the other hand, where we don't increase the cost of construction by necessarily looking at the full parkland dedication picture. That's something that could be looked into.
Ms. Dolce, do you want to answer that?
Sure, thank you. Through you to His Worship. That's definitely something we can look at if council's looking, especially at the parkland dedication fees. We can talk to the proponent about that a bit further.
It will be helpful because I mean, I think that there are certain things that we need. We would want some landscaping there, and maybe there should be some amenities for seniors that could be utilized, and we can keep the cost down. In terms of the building itself, I mean, this is something that we've been hoping would happen. We've been trying to facilitate, and here we are. This is a good news story. Here we now have an organization, a nonprofit organization that has done this in the past. They're prepared to do it again. I understand Councillor Noyes' concern about perhaps the need for 2 bedrooms. I would, and it may very well be that they'll take another look at this. But I think that if we can keep the rents in that building as low as possible, whether they're rent geared to income or subsidized or not, whether they're market rent, if those rents are kept down, I think that has an impact on the overall market. And to the extent that we can encourage any apartment construction in this town to keep their rents down, that will help us in the battle that Councillor Butler raised before about the market, because market rents also have an impact on market housing. So I'm very encouraged by this proposal. I'm very excited about it. I'm very supportive of it. If there are things that we can do that would help to massage some of the thinking and the planning that's gone into that, that's great. But we know that there's been a lot of effort, energy, thought, and time put into this. We know that there's a lot more that will be put into it. There's some great partnerships here with CMHC, the region, a nonprofit organization. And, when you've got one resident that expresses concerns about it, not opposition, but concerns about what's going to happen, and nobody else says anything, that this is a good project for the community. So I'm very much supportive, and I'm looking forward to this moving forward.
Thank you, Your Worship. Excellent take on that. I tend to agree. Councillor Zanko, did your hand go up?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I apologize. I'm working off my iPad now, so there's not a lot of space if you can't see me. I just wanted to note that I feel very, very similar to Mayor Redekop. And I think the Lions have done a wonderful job trying to address many needs here. I do understand what Councillor Noyes is saying, but I have to say that, having more units that are affordable, I think will address a broader need. I've talked to many seniors myself that, they wouldn't necessarily qualify for subsidized housing, but they are on limited income. So having the rents to these units, more affordable on a large scale for all the units, I do think will outweigh perhaps the concerns of Councillor Noyes. So I just wanted to say that, and that I fully support this project.
Thank you, Councillor Zanko. Any more questions or comments from members of council? Councillor McDermott.
Well, I mean, number one, I'm going to say the obvious. I do support the project. I mean, the Lions haven't let us down yet in that area, and they've done a great job up to that point. I also like to state that, I mean, there are others that are going to be bringing forward affordable housing in the near future in different areas of this community. And I think that we have to continue to encourage that, whether I know there's some in my ward that haven't yet been presented to the planning department, but there are a couple of real good ones that could be popping up relatively soon. So the more of this that we see, you know, the easier on seniors and low-income families. Certainly make an impression on them because and the communities, because it'll all be assimilated into not a ghetto area, but assimilated into a family type of area in throughout the ward. So I'm thrilled about the Lions Project, and I think that we can overcome anything that comes our way. I think we're smart enough to do that, and I look forward to other affordable housing coming up relatively quick in the very near future. So that's my comments.
Thank you, Councillor McDermott. Excellent comment, at least in my opinion anyway. Everyone else has spoke. Councillor Butler, do you want an opportunity to speak before I call the question? Okay, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? Passes unanimously. So that now moves us on to, oh, I did get a mover for that. So yeah, that now moves us on to PDS 19-2021. That is the proposed zoning bylaw amendment for 0-13365 Pettit Road. Can we get a mover for that? Councillor Zanko, that report is now on the floor. Questions, comments from council? Councillor Noyes.
I like to see development in town. I'm just wondering if this development is not going to have a negative effect on the existing development. I don't know. I would assume that they did their market study. Unfortunately, the speaker didn't have any information on that, but I am concerned about the impact it's going to have on the existing truck stop. And I don't even think that restaurant is open that's there now. I think they've tried a few different things. I think it's going to have a negative impact on that. But again, we're not, I would imagine the investor has done his homework and thinks this is a good idea, but I do worry about the existing one.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm just wondering, Ms. Dolch, is that something we could perhaps request from the developer for the recommendation report? Any kind of market survey or study or something along those lines, if they'd be willing to share it for the recommendation report?
Yes, and I did hear those comments earlier echoed, so we will follow up with the developer to see what market research they've done and what they can provide to us. And we'll go from there and see if we're satisfied at that point.
Excellent, thank you. Your Worship, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, so that question that was raised by Councillor Noyes and I raised with the consultant of the proponent really goes to the issue of need. And while it doesn't matter whether there's a need for the restaurants, they're properly zoned. So if somebody wants to put up a restaurant there, they're quite at liberty to do that. It complies with the zoning bylaw. The concern that I would have is the restaurants and a card lock with the transport trucks. I'm having difficulty. I'm very, very familiar with this intersection. I travel that intersection many times in the course of a week. It's on one of the two routes that I would take between my home and Ridgeway or the town hall. And it's a major thoroughfare for people going from the north end of Fort Erie to Crescent Park or other parts of the town or to the west, because they'll avoid all the lights that are on Garrison Road. So that, this may even attract more traffic if there's a Tim Hortons and an A&W, although we know that there's some new restaurants going up on the Garrison Road. So I think that the traffic, I'm skeptical of traffic impact studies by nature, particularly skeptical when this type of report is accompanied by the advice that a traffic impact study was done and sees no impacts, no need for signalization. That's a bad intersection now with the vehicles coming off the QEW ramp at Gilmore Road, going on to Pettit, and then going over. And I'm just imagining in my mind these transport trucks going off of Pettit onto the little service road, onto the North Service Road, and then onto whatever the name of that little street is, Travel Center Court. Those transport trucks going into that facility, and then transport trucks coming out of that facility, and sometimes transport trucks going in and out at the same time, vehicles trying to get to the gas bar or the restaurants, vehicles trying to get to the existing gas bar on that side of the North Service Road, trying to get to the Flying J, the transport trucks going in and out of the Flying J. It's just, in my mind, it's a horror show. And yes, I'm not an expert in traffic study, but I've got what we all have and are allowed to exercise periodically, and that is common sense. I just don't see this. So I know that there was some indication in the report that there were concerns about traffic, and I'm glad to see that those are going to be looked into. I'm shocked that the consultant wouldn't have any knowledge about whether there was any market research done on this, and didn't really have much knowledge about card locks. But I'm guessing that for a card lock operation, you don't need any employees. I'm guessing that doesn't provide any new employees. The restaurants may, and if they're successful, that's good. And then the other issue that I had concern about was just basically the size of the parcel and how this parcel is going to accommodate all this stuff. Looks really good on paper in a little picture. I think that the aerial photograph of this site looks better than in person. This is one of those situations where the photo looks better than the real thing, because when you go down there, this photograph makes this parcel look much bigger than it actually, I think, functionally is. So I have all kinds of reservations about this particular size, and it gets me to my final comment. And it's been something that I've been thinking about for a while, and I've shared it with some of you periodically, and that is, there was a time when we were looking for development of any sort because we wanted things to happen. We wanted to make sure that there were employment opportunities. We wanted to make sure that we could grow the tax base. We wanted to make sure that services were available for people, that what have you. And we accepted almost by first nature that development was good and that we wanted to embrace it. We're not there anymore. We're at a point where the development that's taking place in Fort Erie is significant, and it threatens to change Fort Erie. And our job as the council is to make sure that we protect and preserve what is here and what the people who live here value and what the people who want to move here want to come here for. It can be done. There's no question that it can be done. And the question is, will we do it? I think that we will. I think that we have the vision that tells us that there are certain things that we can accommodate and certain things that we really don't need to accommodate and shouldn't accommodate. And so this development kind of comes under that. We've had a couple of others that have been pitched to us over the past couple of years. And if you're from out of the area and you've got a piece of land and you want to put up something and you want to provide something and then move on, yeah, this is all well and good. But we're not moving on. We're here. We're staying here. At least I'm staying here. And the people that live here are wanting to stay here. And the people and the young families in particular that we want to attract here, they're going to stay here. So all of the things that we're doing to make sure that this is a livable community, and it has its downsides because it does affect the market. I think we need to be very vigilant, and we can't simply not question things that we don't feel look right or feel right, and we ought not to accept them if they don't feel right. So I'm very skeptical about this development. I know that we should at least let this go to the recommendation report. My concern at that stage is we then get ourselves in a position where we're at odds with our staff. And I don't relish that, but I just don't see this in as far as I can look into the future, as far as my vision can see. I just don't see a card lock on that parcel. Chair, those are my comments. If you're thinking that I'm not really comfortable with this development, then I guess I've articulated my thoughts.
You did, Your Worship, and very similar comments were made during our planning subcommittee meeting, particularly with the truck traffic. That was kind of my concern as well, and I typically tend to lean more on the side of the traffic reports and even the studies, and even I was concerned because I drive through regularly every day as well. So I get where you're coming from with that. It's a concern I share. Do any other members of council have any questions or comments? Councillor McDermott.
Yeah, just one quick one is that right in that neighborhood, there's a card lot at Billingson. And so I'm sure they have like a fleet of customers that come in and they use that. The only time you'd use an employee would be to do the dips, the tanks. So, but even then, I mean, that's a weird turn in there. And sometimes if you get 2 or 3, sometimes 4 trucks, they have to wait along the side of the road to get in. It's just not that, it's not that big turning point there, right? Yeah. So they do have, I mean, Billingson has one right in front of this place. So you'd need a little more room to operate for that, I think. But and I agree that at that corner, sometimes of the day, at least a little bit in the morning, and sometimes when they're coming back to take their loads across the border, it gets pretty heavy around there. So, I mean, I'm willing to let it get to the next stage to see, well, number one, to answer some of those questions, whether they thought this hub had some financial plan to it and some real good type of traffic study, because I don't know, I think that's it's a heavy load for that little area there. Just my thoughts.
No, I tend to agree with you there, Councillor McDermott. Any other questions, comments from council regarding the report? Okay, so I'm not seeing any. So I'll call the question. All those in favor of the information report? Okay, I'm going to ask again. Sorry, Your Worship, did I miss something?
No, but I think what we're missing is maybe we need to talk to the clerk to remind us about where we might be heading.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you're considering defeating an information report. Is that, I think that's where what I'm hearing here.
Looks like it may be heading in that direction, and I don't want us to run afoul of what we did in Ridgeway. There are some things that we should do. If in fact this report is defeated, there should be something more than just defeating this report. Is that not correct?
Yes, and perhaps the director would like to weigh in as well, but yes, you should be giving at least your reasons why you're not going to proceed with it, so that they have something to work with.
Yeah,
because you're not, by defeating an information report, you're not voting on a decision on anything. You're just not accepting the information report, but we can't continue any further to the recommendation stage, take it through the process under the Planning Act.
Ms. Dolch, do you have some comments you want to add about how we can rectify this situation?
Sure, I'll echo some of Carol's as well, or Ms. Schofield's, in terms of if you are thinking of defeating the information report, that you do consider your reasons, obviously, because at this point in time, should you defeat this, they do have the ability to appeal to the local planning tribunal, and you'll want those considered. I don't necessarily recommend it. You know, we can come back with a recommendation report for consideration. At that time, you might have a better handle on it, exactly what they're proposing. They may even change some things. We haven't yet discussed that with them based on your comments. So I'll leave that up to you, but generally I agree with Ms. Schofield. You should state reasons if you are going to turn it down. Normally, we also suggest to you that should you wish to turn down a report or a recommendation report, that you do take a pause before you do that to speak to other planners or anything else. At this point, we don't even know if we're recommending it. Normally at a recommendation report stage, we'd recommend that you talk to another planner. But I'll leave that there and make a decision.
Yeah, Your Worship, your hand's up.
I'm just wondering whether it's possible for us to request further information before we vote on this one way or the other. In other words, we had asked for some information about what kind of market research they'd done, what number of employees this card lock would employ. They didn't have that information available. I wonder if we couldn't get that information before we decide what to do with this report, which would mean that we'd have to basically put this over for a month or whatever.
Ms. Dolch, do you want to comment?
Through you to His Worship. Yes, I think that that's an acceptable solution, only because it gives you some ability to understand the market research they did do, if they did any at all, and it gives you some more information if you were to make a decision on market.
Your Worship, do you want to move to postpone this?
Well, if it's in order, I think that might be advisable. I think we should, put this over until, I think it's April the 12th. And it is April the 12th for further information to be provided to staff and circulated to council.
Okay, so the postponement is on the floor. Anyone have any questions, comments with regards to timing? Councillor McDermott?
No, I'm good.
Oh, okay. Haven't called the question yet, but I will right now. All those in favor of postponing this until April? So that's postponed. All right, so we'll move along now to PDS 21-2021. A lot of 20s in there, I apologize. That's the intent to designate 546 Ridge Road North. Can I get a mover for that? Councillor Butler. So that report's on the floor. Any questions, comments from council? All right, I saw Councillor Noyes, and then I'll go to Councillor Zanko after.
Thank you, Councillor Dubanow. I don't think I can vote in support of this to designate this building as heritage. I think it would set a precedent. We have, from what I understand in the report, we have never done that without the owner's consent. I think when you do that, you may be opening up I don't know. You may start finding yourself that you're going to be in conflict with the very homes that you want to designate, with the owners not quite having a good handle on it. It would be, I think he called it a hostile designation. If we proceed like this, I trust the new owner, from what he said, that he does have every intention of maintaining as much of the aesthetics of the building itself, and it's one of the reasons he's buying it. And I understand the Heritage Committee wanting to protect everything, but again, I hate to set that kind of precedent. So I will not be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Zanko.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I feel quite similar to Councillor Noyes. You know what, I'm just not comfortable forcing residents into this type of designation. And, you know, since we haven't done it in the past, it isn't something that I would like to start doing. You know, I know that this particular new property owner, you know, he does still have a lot of different planning policies to follow, but it does seem like this will also, it could interfere with, some of the enhancements that he's looking to do to that property. So I understand the heritage factors and how important it is, but hostile designation, it's just really not something that that is comfortable for me.
Thank you, Councillor Zanko. And I'm just wondering really quickly if I could just ask either Ms. Richardson or Ms. Dolch, is this in fact the first of this type that the municipality is pursuing? We haven't done this before?
That's correct. This would be the first forced designation or not with the consent of the owner.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments from council? I saw Mayor Redekop's hand, and then I'll go to Councillor Butler after.
Thank you very much, Chair. I guess this could be a complicated issue, and I know that Mr. Bergeron requesting additional time, that initially appealed to me only in the sense that maybe there's an opportunity for some dialogue between him and the committee. But then the more questions I asked and the more things he said, the less I thought that might take us anywhere. He's purchased this property really not knowing whether he can do anything with it. And on the one hand, he was concerned that he wouldn't be able to do his restaurant. On the other hand, he hasn't even gotten to the point where I don't even know if he's made an application for any approvals that he might need. And then he indicated that he would buy the property anyways. So he's bought this property because of its attractiveness. And part of the issue that I have, and I think what Ms. McClellan spoke to, was that there is some urgency here. And the urgency arises out of the fact that this property is about to change hands for the second time in a year. And we have some understanding of what the current owner, the prospective owner may do with the property. And there will be, you can't run a restaurant. I've been in the house. You can't run a restaurant in that building without making changes. And there would be a fair number of changes. He's indicated he'd want to put an addition on. So he's going to be changing the inside of the building. I would think some of it he'll be able to preserve. Some of it he'll have to change significantly. That some of those features may or may not be of significance to the committee. I don't know, but they certainly would be able to provide some advice if there are changes that he wants to make. There may be some advice that they could provide as to how that could be done without necessarily offending the objective of designation. The fact that there's never been a property designated before isn't, in my view, something that we should be hung up on. Number one, it's been a long time. I first sat on the Architectural Advisory Committee, or LACAC as it was called in those days, 25 years ago, 20, maybe more than 25 now. And that was an infant organization that was designed to try to protect properties of historical and architectural significance in town. And that's had its fits and starts over the years. Sometimes there's been a lot of activity, sometimes not too much activity. But I can tell you that in the time that I've lived in this town, which is many, many years, a lot more than I realized, we've lost some fantastic architecture. Some of it has been because of fires. Some of it has been because buildings have been torn down to be replaced by newer buildings. Some of it has been neglect. And there comes a point in time where, and it seems to me that this is another point in time where we as a community are. We've taken a lot of steps to protect our natural heritage, and we go out of our way to try to make sure that the natural heritage features can be integrated into the development, because it's what the people who live here value and what the people who come here value, just as much as they value some of the history and the heritage of our community. It's like exercising your body. If you don't use it, you'll lose it. And we're very much in that situation. If we don't exhibit our value of our architectural heritage, our historical heritage, and support it, we will lose it. And we've lost too many, in my view, for us not to decide to take a bit more assertive stance. I don't like the terminology hostile. It's as if it's something that we aren't legislatively permitted to do. I think the preferred course is to do it with the consent and the cooperation of the owner. But this case, there hasn't been consent of the owner. And the consent of the owner, the previous owner, was actually solicited. So this is an issue that's been on the books as far as the committee is concerned for a year. It didn't move forward because of COVID. It also didn't move forward because I believe that the staff legitimately felt that without the consent of the owner, there would be no support moving forward with this. So the other issue that was raised was, why would we do this now? Well, I guess that's a good question, but the problem is, if we don't start doing these things at some point, we are going to lose these properties. I happen to think that this is a landmark in Ridgeway. I happen to think that the story about how it was built and by whom it was built is important. And I know there was reference to the severance that was recently approved by the Committee of Adjustments. That has an impact on the property. I wouldn't say that it denigrates from the value of the building itself or some of the grounds immediately around it. But this parcel, this house, if it's going to be a restaurant and it's going to have gardens behind the house, means that the parking will be in front of the house, which means whatever the grounds look like now, they're not going to look like in the future. So I think that we're at a position where, as a strategic objective in our strategic plan, we have identified managing growth through responsibility, stewardship, and preservation. And one of those strategic objectives is to make capital investments in preserving our natural and built heritage, so that the programs that we have right now may not be adequate, and maybe we shouldn't be taking an assertive position on protecting our natural heritage without looking at and beefing up the tax rebates that we permit. And I've spoken to the treasurer about that. It's certainly something that can and should be done, in my view. And the other thing that we can do is make sure that we've got a program that does assist individuals who want to preserve and protect properties that we have designated. And again, it seems to me that that's a valuable contribution that we can make towards protecting and preserving some of our history and heritage. I'm going to support this simply because I do sense the urgency, and I know no adverse reflection on the individual who wants to purchase the property. He may be a fantastic partner for the committee to work with if this property is designated. And there may be some things that they can assist him with, and there may be some things that they'll tell him he can't do. I understand that, but it seems to me that we have so few of these properties that, in my opinion, we need to start to take a stand with respect to this, like some of the other things. Those are my views. And as I said, if we don't show that we value the history and heritage of our community, who else is going to do that? So I think we have to do this. I'm going to support the designation, Chair, and I'm going to ask for a recorded vote.
Your Worship, we're in committee. I don't think we can ask for a recorded vote. Madam Clerk?
I believe you can.
I think you can't ask for a recorded vote in closed session.
Okay, that's fine. I apologize. I'm still the new guy here. I'm going to go to Councillor Butler next.
Chair, the mayor has a way of saying things so eloquently, and I agree with everything that he said 100%. And you have to ask yourself what brings interest to a person in a community, and it's usually history, historical sites, landmarks, and those are things that are important to a community, especially from a tourism venue. I don't believe that this is a hostile designation. It has been in the books for quite some time. It's unfortunate that COVID hit. It did. We're dealing with it. We're moving on. I would like to have seen a more openness from Mr. Bergeron with respect to an open dialogue. I think 4 months to wait is way too long. I that you can do your research in a very short amount of time, put your mind to it, and ask the right questions. And certainly the Heritage Committee, Mary, was more than willing to have that open dialogue. So I'm going to be supporting this tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Before I go back to Councillor Zanko, Councillor McDermott, did you want to have an opportunity to speak?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I have to agree with His Worship and Councillor Butler. I think this would give the two groups an opportunity to get together and have that conversation. I think the mayor's right. And we get excited when we see some of our history being restored. And might I just remind you just a little while ago with the Crookshank property, how that's going to be restored to, where it's supposed to be, because we have somebody there who cares enough about our history and who wants to show this place off to the world when they come here. So I think that we lose way too many, just way too many of our past history buildings. And I think that we have to pay more attention to that. And I think we just started to pay attention. So I think this might be a good opportunity for our historical group and the new owner of the property to have a chat about what should come forward. You know what, it might be an easier way of getting them together and coming up with a plan. So I'll be supporting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McDermott. Councillor Zanko, I'll go back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess, so I'm just a little confused because Mr. Bergeron said he just found out about this on Thursday. And I guess in my mind, that makes me feel like this is more of a hostile designation. So, I mean, if that's not the case and the will of council is to see this property with the heritage designation, should we not just give Mr. Bergeron some time to wrap his head around this? Maybe I'm not suggesting 4 months, like he said, but maybe we give him 2 months just to gain a better understanding. When I listened to his delegation, he seemed to be open to the historical factors of this property. So I guess I'm going to put a motion forward to postpone this for 2 months.
Okay. So we, I think that would take us, I don't have my council schedule in front of me, but that would be one of our May. We have 2 council and committee meetings in May, I believe. Is that correct?
That would be May 10th, Chair.
May 10th?
Yep.
Okay, so it's Councillor Zanko is put on the floor to postpone this.
Actually, sorry, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Before I do that, if I could just ask Ms. Dolch, by postponing this for 2 months, is that going to complicate anything?
Ms. Dolch?
Or sorry, Miss Richardson. I'm so sorry, Ms. Richardson.
Yeah.
I didn't even.
Either one, either okay. Ms. Richardson or Ms. Dolch, whoever is feels better equipped to answer this question.
Sure. I'll respond, and Lindsay, please feel free to jump in. So I don't think that's an issue at this point. The only concern I'd have is if the committee can meet informally as well, just to talk about it further with Mr. Bergeron. Obviously, would be the only caveat to that if he did have questions of the committee, and hopes that they would meet informally with him.
So, Mr. Chair, Is 2 months perhaps not enough for the committee to meet and for staff to be available for that coordination?
Ms. Dolch?
Through to the councillor. No, I think 2 months' time is fine. You know, I think within a month we can definitely set up a meeting. Definitely enough time to do that.
And Ms. Dolch, if you could just remind us really quickly, my understanding is because the municipality has initiated this without the consent of the owner, that there's an appeal period. What is the appeal period? What's the length of time on that?
That one I will pass over to Ms. Richardson.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure, through you, Mr. Chair, or to you, Mr. Chair. So there is an appeal period regardless of the decision that's made. So if council were to turn this down, that would be appealable, or if they were to approve it, that would be also appealable. And so it works very similar to a zoning bylaw. We just do it a little bit backwards. So basically, if council were to approve it this evening, there's a 30-day appeal period where anyone can submit their appeal to the clerk's department. And then that would get sent off to there's a review board essentially that looks at these appeals. And so I'm not sure how long that process would take. But, you know, you're probably looking at, if it does get appealed, at least 6 months, if not longer, depending on how backlogged they are with cases.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Zanko, the floor is still yours.
Okay, and nothing further. I would like to move to postpone this by 2 months.
Okay, so that was the, remind me again, Madam Clerk, May 10th? Okay, so Councillor Zanko is moving to postpone this until the May 10th Council and Committee meeting. There any questions, comments with regard to the timing?
Recorded vote, Chair.
Councillor Noyes, and it will be a recorded vote on the postponement.
I don't know if the rest of you guys received something on your screen that came from Mr. Bergeron like 5 seconds ago.
I'm not sure.
It's on the timing.
Well, I know, but still, that if we were in chambers, we wouldn't have people holding signs up. So I
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I'll let that go.
It should give you a pause if you read it.
I didn't really have a time to read the whole thing.
I did.
So.
Yeah, I closed it right away because I mean, someone wouldn't be doing that in chambers or anything. That would be called out pretty fast. Any other questions, comments with regard to timing? Okay, so Madam Clerk, we are going to have a recorded vote on the postponement. So I guess at this point we call the question.
Councillor McDermott.
No.
Councillor Butler.
No.
Councillor Zanko.
Yes.
Councillor Dubanow.
Yes.
Councillor Noyes. You're muted.
Yes.
Mayor Redekop.
No.
The motion's lost. It's a tie.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So the original report is still on the floor. I'll go to Councillor Noyes and then I'll go to Mayor Redekop.
Thank you, Councillor Dubanow. And like the rest of you, we like to see our heritage retained and things like that. But the problem I'm having with this particular one is, and it could be because of COVID and that they did not have access to the building itself, is that in the past, when I saw an historical designation of a house or a house, they would say, okay, these are the historic features that you can't change. They would say, okay, the banister coming down, that's historic. The wainscoting in this room, that's historic. And they would have a detailed list of what made the property historic. Now, I looked at the report from that the museum had, like the committee has presented, and I'm having a hard time understanding exactly, other than it's historical in regards to location, what are the historical what is the architectural features of this home beside the roof and the limestone that have to be retained? Not knowing that, it's hard to say, yes, this deserves a designation or it doesn't deserve a designation. And when people start talking about, and we don't want them to park in the front yard, well, how's that historical? Like parking in the front, yeah, like I think it just goes too far. I do trust that this gentleman will be working to restore as much as he can and to maintain the outside look and the atmosphere of it. And so I can't, without more specifics, I can't support this because I don't know exactly what features of this home would be designated historic other than the roof and the Tudor style of the building. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Mayor Redekop, did I see your hand up a second ago?
Yeah, you did. I mean, there was a heritage property evaluation done, and it covers 3 areas: architecture, history, and context. And it goes through, as does the report, why this is significant. They couldn't get inside because the owner would not let them get inside. The prospective purchaser maybe didn't have a lot of notice because the current owner wouldn't pass on information. So, I guess if we take the position that when somebody says, no, you can't designate my otherwise historically significant property, or no, you can't get the information you need to build a case to designate it because I'm not going to let you in. Well, that really kind of defeats the whole purpose of having a statute and a committee that would try to protect and preserve the built heritage of your community. We know that this building was built in 1928. We know that it was built by someone who was prominent in the community as a builder. And we know that it's got some unique exterior features. Those of us who've been in the house know that it also has some interesting interior features. Those aren't part of the report. And even without that, the thing still scores 262 points, which is 3 times what it would need to have in order to qualify to be designated. So I appreciate that there is the desire to be cautious about this. And I would have preferred perhaps a different course. But if we don't, as I said before, if we don't take the steps necessary to protect our history and heritage, can't count on anybody else to do it. It just isn't going to happen. And that's why I feel that we have to act. And if the person wants to appeal, that's great. Whether it's the current owner or the prospective purchaser, if they want to appeal, that's great. And in the meantime, there can be dialogue. But my concern would be that we don't designate this and work starts on whatever changes might be necessary, whether with approvals or not approvals. And I'm not prepared to take that risk personally, nor am I prepared to take it for the community.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just wondering, I know we're fairly along into this. Would I be out of order if I handed the chair off to Councillor Zanko to speak to this, or are we past that? I'm looking for advice from the clerk or perhaps from you. With it being a recorded vote, I'd like to have the opportunity to speak.
Well, I think everybody has spoken, and unless the clerk disagrees, I think it's appropriate for you to speak if you wish.
Okay.
You can speak to it, yes.
Okay. Do I have to hand the chair over to Councillor Zanko, or okay? Before I speak, are there any other members of council who want to comment or ask questions about this? Okay. So this has been there. Usually when I come into a meeting, I read the reports, I check with staff, and I have a good idea of whether I'm going to support something or not support something coming into a meeting. And this is something that has been challenging for me because I recognize the need to protect our built heritage. It's a beautiful building, beautiful grounds. I've even gone and done some additional research on the property beyond the report just to try and satisfy that need. But at the same time, I also sympathize with it and even agree with Councillor Zanko and Councillor Noyes that I'm not a fan of the idea of doing this without the consent of the owner. I'm concerned about precedent and where that could send us. And to give you an idea of just how much I've struggled with this, I came in to this meeting thinking I'm going to lean one way to vote, and then I heard one thing and I leaned another way, and I've leaned back and forth the entire time because that's how much I've struggled with this. I am going to support the designation with the caveat knowing that Mr. Bergeron has the right to appeal and that there is going to be a process and that he has that right. I would encourage him to do it if he does not think that he has been provided enough time to deal with this. But at the same time, I think it's important for us to at least get that ball moving forward to address the concerns of individuals who feel that, it's a pressing issue and we need to do this now. I think he has that recourse through the appeal process and that we're not the final say on this. And I think that satisfies my concern, both with the need to preserve this property and also to respect the right of owners to, consent on designations of their property. So I appreciate council giving me the opportunity to speak. Normally as chair, I wouldn't speak to this, but with it being a recorded vote, I want everyone to know why I'm voting the way I am tonight. And if that's the case, since I'm the last one to speak, Madam Clerk, we had a recorded vote called.
Councillor McDermott,
Yes.
Councillor Butler,
Yes.
Councillor Zanko,
A no?
Councillor Dubanow,
Yes.
Councillor Noyes,
No.
Mayor Redekop.
Yes.
The vote carries.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. So I think we're finally done with reports, but I'm not done yet. That now moves us on to new business or inquiries. Any members of council, new business or inquiries I'd like to bring up this evening? Councillor Noyes, I see your hand up.
Thank you. It's in regards to developers doing lot clearing well in advance of them actually doing any construction or road, actually working on the property. I don't know, I have a chance to talk to Ms. Dolch earlier today, and I guess there's nothing that stops a developer from doing that. But I have vivid memories of Black Creek where they basically took everything down, stripped the topsoil, and people were eating dust for 7-8 years. And this seems to be happening again in Black Creek on the other side of the road, on the other side of Black Creek Road. And at this point, all the trees and the brush have been taken down. And I understand you have to kind of do that if you're developing to see what you're going to do. But from what I understand, there's no site plan, nobody's knocking on the town's door to say, hey, we're going to do this or that. The owner has the right to do it, I understand that, but I'm hoping that somehow we can discourage the owner from taking off the topsoil, because then all those houses that bank onto it are just going to be really affected by the dust and the dirt that's going to be flying. And again, unfortunately, it is the prevailing wind too. It's like from Netherby to Black Creek Road is that area. If you know the area, that's the prevailing wind, and it's just going to come and really make a hardship for the people. And the other thing on the current one is that and I don't know if there's something that we can do, and I think for Ms. Dolch there may be for this one, is that you probably remember the hills that I talked about on the development that's been ongoing. Now, the developer was good. After about 2 years of bugging him, he brought down the hills, and I think they did something to them so they wouldn't be so dusty. Unfortunately, the hills are coming back. Once again, the hills that were taken down are now being rebuilt. So I've had calls from the residents again saying, Anne Marie, we've had like 1 year of not the dirt flying. and now the hills are back. Is there anything we can do to make him take down the hills or control the amount of dust and the weed growth that happens on there? So my question is really, I guess, to Ms. Dolch to find out what can the town do, or what can we do to prevent people from developers from proceeding in this manner?
I'm going to pass that question on to Ms. Stoltz. I just want to acknowledge that I forgot a report on the agenda. I forgot PDS 22. So Councillor Noyes, you're lucky you get to jump the gun before everyone else. Ms. Dolch, can you answer this question for Councillor Noyes, and then I'll return back to the report before we come back to new business.
Sure, thank you. Through you to the councillor. In terms of development, I'm doing some lot clearing and things in advance. Obviously, if it's brush and things like that, and it's not in an environmental area or a site under the regional tree bylaw, we don't have a lot of authority at this point in time. Should they submit an application for development, we do make them sign a site grading and lot clearing agreement or application form, so that they know they can't do that. Obviously, prior to that, it's a little difficult, but we're going to put some thought to that a little bit more, because I do know, I agree with you, it is happening quite often. We do get a lot of complaints about people doing it on different times of the day and sometimes on weekends. And we do send out bylaw staff in a lot of events when we do hear about them. So we will put some more thought to that. In terms of the hills at River Trail, I know I spoke with you earlier, and I am going to speak to the developer. I know they do stockpile some material on site, as we talked about, and that they use that for backfilling and things like that, and regrading and doing some grading. I understand the hills are getting bigger, so they're bringing in additional fill. So I will confirm with them their plan. I would have liked to see them remove some of those hills before bringing in additional fill at this point, but I will talk to them further and get some more information to you.
Much appreciated.
Thank you. Your Worship, I saw your hand up. Was it related to Councillor Noyes' question?
Yeah, somewhat. I originally thought that Councillor Noyes was talking about tree clearing. And I think we've got that in hand, but this is mostly stripping of the land, I guess, and building up piles of dirt. I should have thought that there would be some way that we can manage that, and I have every confidence that Ms. Dolch and her team will come up with something.
Thank you, Your Worship. My apologies to council and all those watching. I did forget PDS 22-2021. That's the 477 Ridge Road North update, which is another heritage property that the municipality is working with right now. Can I get a mover for that? Councillor McDermott. That information report is on the floor for any comments or questions from council. And again, my apologies for missing that. It was just tucked in there right at the bottom. Your Worship.
Yeah, I just want to say that the information contained in the report looks awfully suspiciously like some of the earlier concerns that we had about what the owner's actual intentions are. And I was a little curious about some of the things that he wants to do and some of the changes that he's proposing. So I appreciate that staff is on top of this.
Thank you, Your Worship. Any other questions or comments from council? So I'll call the question. All those in favor? Right, looks unanimous. Actually, I think Councillor Butler, I don't see her on my screen, so it is unanimous. So I'll go back now to new business with my apologies. Do any other members of council have any new business or inquiries for planning and development services? All right. Any questions, comments regarding the business status report? And if no one does, I'm just looking right here. March 22nd, it looks like we have quite a few PDS reports again. Is it a similar situation? Things might get bounced around, or are we looking at a busy night that night, Ms. Dolch?
Yeah, so it will be a busy night, but there may be a couple reports that are tentative that will not be moving forward.
I'm sure his worship would appreciate that. All right, so I think that's it for me for the evening, your worship. Thank you very, very much. And again, my apologies for missing out on that. It's been a long night.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Councillor Dubanow. You did an excellent job. Well done.
Thank you.
That now takes us to infrastructure services, and that would be Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Infrastructure services is now in session. There are no presentations and delegations. That brings us to report number IS 09-2021, alternatives to the shared use of Crystal Beach Waterfront Park boat ramp and parking lot. Do I have a mover? Moved by Mayor Redekop. The report is now on the floor for comments and questions. Mayor Redekop.
I'm going to support the recommendation by staff, particularly since it's supported by the Crystal Beach BIA. And if I know that if we run into problems as the spring melts into the summer and things don't change very much with the pandemic, that staff will be coming back to us. I think it's a sensible approach for the time being, because it may very well just be a 1 or 2 year phenomenon. So I'm quite comfortable with this. I think that Mr. Hutton has done a pretty remarkable job over the last year and a half trying to manage the pandemic along with other staff. But this is his bailiwick. I think he's done a good job. So I'm supportive.
Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I have a few comments and questions. We are left with only 2 options, do nothing or charge all that park on site. And I think that there might be a third option that we may want to consider, is that we do charge for parking through a designated time, like from 8 o'clock in the morning to 5 o'clock at night, which would then allow the community events that usually happen at night to proceed. And if there was a community event that happened during the day, we would always have the option of waiving parking fees for that day through signage or whatever and covering the things. The people who use the boat ramp for their boats do have to pay, so they don't get a pass on that. And also we have, when people are parking on the street, there's paid parking on the street, there's paid parking the number of places, and I don't know why the waterfront park should be an exception.
So Councillor Noyes, if you want to engage in comment and debate, you need to surrender the chair.
Okay, I'm going to surrender the chair. Councillor Dubanow, you did such a great job. You want to continue?
That's an excellent.
I had a few
choice
on me. Yes, I would be happy to take the chair, Councillor Noyes. And in that case, if you have some to speak, you have the floor.
Okay, I won't repeat. I'm just saying that I think there's another option here, which is charge during the day and make it comparable to the other places that we do charge at Bay Beach and things like that. And for the nighttime where most of the community events happen, don't have charges after a certain time. I think it's revenue that the town could use, and I think we should be considering it.
Fair point. Your worship, you already spoke. I'm just going to quickly go around. Is there anyone else who wanted to comment or have any questions about this report before I go back to his worship? All right, your worship, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I'd thought about, there are actually 3 options outlined in the report, so this would have been a 4th, and I'd actually thought about that. And the reality is that we don't charge people to go to the park. We charge people to park who are using the boat launch. So it's really the boat launch that is what we're charging for. And if we were to charge people who are using the park to park there, that means we would have families who are taking their kids to play in the playground. They'd have to pay for parking. I'm not really anxious to do that. I think I'd rather give the staff an opportunity to monitor this, at least for the first part of the summer, to see how that works out. And if it doesn't work out, I would expect staff will come back. And I'm kind of looking at the CAO when I say that, or the Director of Infrastructure Services, for whom Mr. Hutton works. So I appreciate Councillor Noyes' sentiments, but that's what I'm thinking on this.
No, and as the father of a soon-to-be 9-year-old and a 6-year-old, the chair appreciates your concerns for parents who take kids to the park. It's a very popular place in the summer for young children. Did any other members of council have any questions or comments regarding the report? Okay, so I'll call the question then. All those in favor? The report carries, and I hand the chair back to you, Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Councillor Dubanow. That brings us to report number IS 10/2021, alterations to the 2021 operational plan for Bay Beach. Do I have a mover? Councillor Zanko. The report is now on the floor for comments or questions. Seeing none, all those in favor of the report? The report carries. That brings us to report number IS 12/2021, award of tender for the 2021 asphalt utility cut reinstatement contract to Circle P paving. Do I have a mover? Councillor Butler.
I'm so sorry, I forgot to declare a conflict of interest on this one.
Okay, Councillor Butler has declared a conflict, so I need another mover. Councillor Dubanow. The report is now on the floor for comments or questions. Mayor Redekop.
I just want to state.
Carol, let's go. The clerk.
Yes, if Councillor Butler can just state what her conflict is.
Yes, I apologize. My conflict is that my business does business with Circle P paving. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Mayor Redekop.
Yeah, I just want to state that in the past, I've declared a conflict for matters involving Circle P paving because my son-in-law was employed there. He's working elsewhere now, so I no longer have a conflict. Just want to make that clear.
Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor of the report? The report carries. That brings us to new business inquiries. Anyone have any new business inquiries? Seeing none, that brings us to the business status report. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, infrastructure services is now closed, and I will hand the chair back to Mayor Redekop.
Thank you very much, Councillor Noyes. See, Councillor Dubanow, that's how that works. You hand off part of your agenda to someone else, and then you just breeze through the rest of the reports.
I'm the new guy. I'm still learning.
That takes us to corporate and community services, and we'll give it to one of the more experienced councillors, Councillor McDermott.
Put the pressure on me. Thank you, Your Worship, and corporate and community services is now in session. We have no presentations and delegations. We have 0 reports. We have FES 03/2021 awarded tender for the construction of Fire Station 4, contract FEFD 20T STM 19. Can I get a mover? Your Worship? Are there any comments or questions? Your Worship?
I have a few questions. Again, this is quite an exciting development for Ridgeway. In particular, it follows up the initiative started a while ago where we were presented with the opportunity to amalgamate stations 4 and 6 in order to improve the fire service at that end of the community. And much like what was done in Old Fort Erie with stations 1 and 2 becoming Central Station. I did have some questions that I did want to ask if I could. And the first relates to the general rationale for the amalgamation. And maybe the chief can just refresh our memories on that and what, in general terms, what the benefits will be to the community.
Chief?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to your worship. The 2 stations that are presently in station, that are stations 4 and station 6, were both built in 1955 or thereabouts. The stations are in need of repair, and there's some significant capital required moving forward. That is the first reason. The second reason is the two stations tend to be, well, are very close together. And if we centralize that, it would give us the ability to show some fiscal responsibility. We could reduce our trucks down by a pump and defer the need, while we would eliminate a truck from the fleet and defer the need to purchase a new pump at somewhere around present value, about $800,000. The other thing it will do for us is Crystal Beach historically was let's say a hotbed for young families, children, etc. But it has trended away from there, and recruiting has become more and more difficult in the Crystal Beach area, and not necessarily in the Ridgeway area, which is morphed into more of a family area. So it will help us with our recruiting and retention in the area if we were at a single station. Fiscal responsibility, reducing number of firefighters down, etc., will also be realized if we do this.
And it's important, I understand, to have the volunteers close to the station in terms of being able to respond to the emergencies that they're called out for.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to your worship, you're absolutely correct. We've done the time studies using GIS, looking at the amount of time it would take from the new site, how long it would take firefighters from when their pagers were had gone off to when they could respond to a scene within 10 minutes. And the site that we've chosen that's in the report is the best site for this station. And it will give us the best response to both the Crystal Beach firefighters and the Ridgeway firefighters together.
You may have alluded to the fact that the fire suppressant service in Fort Erie is, I think, trending downward in terms of age, so that there are a lot of firefighters who have aged out, they've retired or whatever. Seems to be a lot of new young volunteer firefighters. Is that accurate?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to you, your worship, you're absolutely spot on. I think I haven't done the demographics of our average age, but I am feeling much older than I did. I think that our average age, if I was to guess, is probably somewhere between 28 and 30 years old, which means there's a bunch in the 22, 23-year-old range. Luckily for Fort Erie, there's a plethora of them, and they're lined up to be part of this fire department. So we're very excited about our youth, but you're absolutely right. We are trending downwards.
It gets me to the other aspect, which I'm not sure that the public fully appreciates, and that is that Fort Erie has an entirely volunteer fire suppressant department. That is, those who are actually fighting the fires are volunteers. The professional firefighters in Fort Erie are the administrators, such as you and Deputy Chief Schmidt, your staff, support staff. And that's rather unique for a community this size, is it not?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to your worship, you're absolutely correct. We are a busy department. We have one of North America's busiest crossings normally, with road and rail when it comes to hazardous materials. We have the Niagara River and the lake. So we have a fully functional tech hazmat team, 2 boats that are on the water. The QEW and Highway 3 challenge us with high velocity impacts, where we have 2 heavy rescue pumpers responding to do auto extrication. And we do approximately, in a normal year, a non-COVID year, 1,300 calls per year and increasing. So yes, we are abnormal, I would say, a little bit. But because of the support of council, previous and this council, We have the ability to be one of the preeminent fire services when it comes to training and support from council and its residents when it comes to funding, which allows us to recruit and retain some of the best in the industry.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, just what you've described, some of the activities, I can understand why young men and women would be attracted to the volunteer fire service. The fact that they are undoubtedly results in some significant savings to the taxpayers of our community, because we're not having to pay professional firefighters. We have volunteers who do receive an annual stipend of a modest amount, but that must save significant sums of money annually, does it not?
It does. It gets a little complicated to talk out about what that really means, but the level of service that the residents get is predicated by council and its regulatory bylaw. So if we were to have a single station with a single truck in it, with a crew that was 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, that would be a 4 platoon system or 16 firefighters. That single truck with that complement would cost us upwards of $3 million a year. So multiply that by the number of stations we have, and the level of service would have to be severely looked at compared to what we have now.
And I think that's very helpful to know, and I hope that the community understands that, because these volunteers, I mean, I'm referring to them as volunteers. The reality is that they receive the same training that professionals do they not?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to your worship, absolutely. Fire does not discriminate or favor whether it's a volunteer or a career firefighter. The difference comes in the ability to respond immediately versus the ability to respond maybe within a couple minutes. So there is no difference in the FPPA, there's no difference WSIB, there's no difference Ministry of Labor between a career and a volunteer firefighter. You are correct.
And through you, Chair, if I might, and I know there are time limits, but the one aspect of the report that pops out, of course, is the escalation in the cost from when we started this journey to where we are now. And I understand that part of that has to do with some spatial requirements, also has to do with the size of the building. But my understanding as well is that there have been significant increases in the cost of construction for public institutions of this nature. And I wonder, Mr. Chair, if the chief can comment on that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to your worship, you're absolutely correct again. You seem to be right all the time tonight, so that's good.
Well, don't tell my wife, because she doesn't think I'm.
There is no doubt between 2018, when we first started talking about this and did the project development as far as what the costs would be, and now costs have increased between 35 and 45%. Those costs have been attributed to not only the amount that raw materials or costs have increased, but also the lack of skilled labor, which has driven the costs up exponentially when it comes to the need of qualified personnel to actually build a building like this. So there is no doubt between the development of this in 2018 and the initial budgetary numbers and where we are now are two different worlds.
Thank you. And the report really highlights the areas where there will be savings in terms of amalgamating into a new station, disposing of the other stations, being able to avoid the cost of maintaining those old stations, the significance of being able to provide a state-of-the-art facility for the firefighters that we are relying upon to protect our community. I did, Mr. Chair, if I could, I wanted to ask the Director of Finance or Corporate Services about the municipality's situation in terms of financing this particular build, and maybe make some general comments about the town of Fort Erie's financial situation in terms of ability to borrow additional funds if we need to, which it appears we will, and then some of the other mitigation factors that relate to this.
Mr. Jansen?
Chair to Mayor Redekop, yes, we are proposing that the variance in the report be funded with debt. The town, as you may know, we are in a relatively low debt position. We're well below the provincial mandates, and we compare very favorably with most other municipalities. We have annual repayment limit that's well within the low risk framework. And so we have capacity to take on debt, and our forecasted debt as well is quite low. I do present annually with our capital budget the forecast of debt, and that is going from a current level of 5.5 million to only about $500,000 within our 10-year capital horizon. As well, our debt or debt to reserve ratios are very good as well. So meaning we have healthy reserves for our long-term capital needs compared to our existing debt. In this case, we don't have a formal debt policy, but we do know that debt is an important tool that we do want to take advantage of when we can. In this case, the rates are quite low comparatively to the past. So even since when this project first came forward for approval in 2019, rates have become lower, as you might imagine from this last year. So that helps. We've proposed the 2.65 million in debt with a 10-year debenture of 1.6% based on current rates. Of course, there is risk that those rates may change, but that is something that we are mindful as well that it has an impact on the levy. But we do also, one other factor to consider is we do have maturing debt from our central fire station that was acquired in 2013, and that's going to be expiring just about a year after we would expect this debt to be incurred. So we have some option to bridge that for the 1 year, but otherwise take advantage of that capacity with our levy.
Thank you. And you're quite modest, Mr. Jansen. I mean, the reality is that Fort Erie's debt to reserve ratio is a quarter of what other communities, which we're compared to, are in the studies that you provide us with. The provincial annual repayment limit is half, it's 2.39%, which is less than half of what's considered low risk, which is less than 5%, which is significantly less than the provincial limit, which is 25%. So there's lots of capacity, and I appreciate that all of that. We're where we are because of the diligence of you and your staff and the prudent decisions council has been able to make based on your advice. So, Mr. Chair, all of these questions are really geared at highlighting the fact that this is a good news story again for Ridgeway. We've all had an opportunity to take a look at what the new facility will look like when it's constructed. It will fit in marvelously, in my view, with the Ridgeway neighborhood, which is now becoming the Ridgeway Crystal Beach neighborhood. And it will provide a state-of-the-art facility for our young firefighters, and will enhance the ability of the department to retain and attract new firefighters. It is costing more than we had originally anticipated, but I have no doubt that if we had been told at the outset that these are the costs, because that's where the costs were then as opposed to now, we would still have made the decision to move forward with the amalgamation of these stations for the reasons the fire chief has articulated, and knowing that we have a sound financial basis and a strategy as mentioned by Mr. Jansen. So we got here through an unexpected journey, but we're here, and I'm supportive of the report and very supportive of our fire department and all of those who help protect our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's more a question related to the cost, because I think it goes without saying that this is significantly over budget, and I appreciate the issues or rather the comments raised regarding skilled labor, materials costs. Just a quick question, and I'm not exactly sure which staff member would be best equipped to handle this, but just seeing how construction material costs have escalated because of COVID, and anyone who's had to buy pressure treat, well, any lumber, dimensional, pressure treated, anything along those lines has seen a sheet of plywood that normally used to retail for $15 is now going for 40. So I'm just curious if staff are willing to offer an opinion or a thought. Are we looking at an escalation in costs right now due to COVID that could potentially be perhaps not as bad after the fact, or are there other factors involved in what arriving at this cost that doesn't matter how long we put it off, the price is going to stay the same or potentially go up? And I'm not quite sure. Okay. Mr. Chair, I think the fire chief put his hand up, so through you, I think Chief Melanson might be able to answer that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Dubanow. It is a very relevant question, and it's something we've been doing soul searching on for sure. And the mayor and other councillors have reached out asking the same question in preparation of this report. We have reached out to the engineering firm through the architect, asking that specific question about truly how are these costs derived, and do they come from, or is a majority of this coming from COVID? From the engineering firm's thought process and others that we have talked to, including those that may have been built stations in the recent past, this is not COVID related. I'm not saying it doesn't have an impact, but certainly the pandemic is the least of any impact that would have to this cost, according to those that we reached out to.
Thank you. And if I may continue just with a brief comment, Mr. Chair, I am going to be supporting this. Going into it, I was very concerned about the cost and where we would be, and possibly, the need for a redesign or to send it back. But when you take everything into consideration, when you take in, when you look at the age of the buildings, the cost to maintain the existing buildings, the savings that'll come from the new building, as well as the low cost of debt right now. I mean, we Mr. Jensen had mentioned, sub 2%. Money is almost, not quite, but almost becoming free to borrow. And, certainly if we did put this off, thinking that costs might go down, which, they wouldn't. But even if we did, there's not the guarantee that interest rates are going to stay low. And as the economy recovers, so do interest rates go up as well. So I think it's beneficial at this point in time to simply bite the bullet, regardless of the increase in cost, take advantage of low interest rates. And I am going to be supporting this. And I agree with the mayor. It's a good news story. We have that beautiful station on Central Avenue. And I'm looking forward to seeing another one on Ridge Road as well. I think it's a great thing for our community. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Any further? I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Do we have any, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk?
Chair, may we have a motion to extend the hour of adjournment, please?
Councillor Dubanow? Okay.
Yeah, I'll move that.
I think we got about 5 minutes here. 5 minutes left.
Quarter.
Anything on new business inquiries?
We have to vote on that, Chair. 10:15.
I thought we went through that already. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Okay, the business inquiries. Seeing none, we'll move over to the business status report. Seeing nothing there, I'm handing it right back over to you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Councillor McDermott. That was very, very efficient. Scheduling of meetings. Are there any meetings that anyone has scheduled? Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, we have I believe it's a broadband task force meeting. I believe it's this week on the 11th at 3:30.
That is correct.
I know you normally announce them, but
Yeah, no, that's fine. No, that's good. There's also Fort Coalition on Diversity and Inclusion meeting coming up on Wednesday, the 10th at 2:00. That body is continuing on. They're finalizing their terms of reference, and they've been doing some surveys and questionnaires, looking to focus on some initiatives. So that's coming along quite nicely. If there are no other meetings that anyone wishes to announce, then can I go back to you, Councillor Dubanow? You seem to be dominating the meeting.
not by choice, Your Worship. Yeah, I'd like to move that council and committee adjourn at 10:12 p.m.
All those in favor? That is unanimous.